Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These 6 women's strangled bodies were found in remote locations in Kansas City, Missouri, between 1977 and 1993. This is a whole distinct case, though, before you start assuming that it has to do with Anthony Sowell, the strangler from Cleveland, or Henry Wallace, the strangler from Charlotte, which we have already discussed. The truth was finally revealed by DNA research, but unlike the others, this murderer eluded justice for decades and continued to maintain his innocence despite being intimately connected to his victims. The story of seemingly innocuous individuals who turn out to be cold-blooded serial killers is one that we have heard repeatedly. One thing emerges from covering so many cases: the majority of these murderers preyed on women who were at risk. Why? Because they were aware of the grim reality even then. The police would not be concerned if a woman disappeared. And this instance is a terrifying illustration of just that. It all began with 17-year-old Stacy L. Swafford, who had fled her home and was attempting to make ends meet on the streets of Kansas City. On April 17, 1977, her body was discovered face down in an empty lot. Her strangulation was confirmed by an autopsy. Georgine Swafford, her mother, never really healed from the loss and died of alcohol poisoning, clinging to the hope that she would finally see her daughter again in heaven. Then followed Gwendolyn Kizine, who was only 15 years old and the youngest victim. On January 23, 1980, her body was discovered with wire wrapped around her wrists and neck, left behind in a building. Although he hadn't seen her in more than a week, her father had reported her missing just the day before. She had been working as a prostitute. Like the others, she died from strangulation. Another 17-year-old girl, Margaret J. Miller, was discovered in an open field on May 9, 1982, by a teenage guy who was on his way to his grandmother's home. When police discovered her, some of her possessions were gone, and she'd been working on Troost Avenue. The death was caused by strangling. Catherine M. Berry was not like the others. She was battling mental illness following the birth of her 3rd child, not a sex worker. She took rides from random people while living on the streets. Her body was found in an abandoned structure on March 14, 1986, with a nylon stocking around her neck and covered in leaves. She had been strangled as well. 23-year-old single mother Naomi M. Kelly was attempting to change her life. She had been raising 2 kids and studying business when she was discovered in a dilapidated park on August 16, 1986, with a towel tied around her face and neck. Strangulation was verified by her autopsy. With the exception of her pink socks, Deborah Sue Blevins, 32, was discovered nude. She became addicted to drugs, and on November 27, 1986, her body was discarded in front of a church. She left behind a daughter who was 9 years old. The death was caused by strangling. On April 17, 1987, Ann Barnes was 36 years old when her body was found close to downtown Kansas City, precisely 10 years after the discovery of Stacy L. Swafford. In addition to prostitution, she had worked as an exotic dancer and housekeeper. She had been strangled like the rest. On June 9, 1987, Kelly A. Ford was discovered in Roanoke Park at the age of just 20. After graduating from high school, she had relocated to Kansas City in the hopes of a better life, but she was also strangled and abandoned. On September 12, 1987, 19-year-old Angela Mayhew was found face down on the side of the road. Police eventually discovered hairs on her sweater that linked her murder to the others, proving that she had been strangled. On November 3, 1987, 36-year-old Sheila Ingold was discovered inside a van outside an auto repair shop. Her rings were gone, and strangling was once again the cause of death. On December 19, 1987, 30-year-old Carmeline Renee Hibbs was discovered in a parking lot. Like so many others, she had been strangled and abandoned. On January 11, 1993, 29-year-old Connie Lean Luther was discovered laying on a snowdrift. She had a shoelace around her neck. She had been reared by a single mother who had died the previous year, along with 5 other children. Women were showing up one by one, being beaten, strangled, and abandoned. No one was able to piece together the patterns that were screaming at the police. You have no idea how many more victims there were, if you believe that to be the worst of it. The aspect that will really enrage you, though, is that the offender was arrested for assault several times and was always released. These ladies may still be alive today if the system had performed its function, but it failed. And the man responsible for this nightmare, the trash collector Trangler, Lorenzo Gilliard. What's more frightening is that Lorenzo Gilliard wasn't some eerie figure who lurked in the darkness. A diligent garbage truck driver who worked his way up to management, a man with a good job, a cheerful smile, and coworkers who vowed he was one of the nicest people around. He was, in fact, the last person you would suspect. And that's the scary thing, since history has repeatedly shown that the most dangerous killers aren't the ones who lurk in the shadow. The ones that are hiding in plain sight are them. Lorenzo was one of 5 kids born and reared in Kansas City, Missouri. His violent personality was evident at school, even as a young child. He participated in sports with his brothers, but he wasn't limited to using his strength on the field. His size made him terrifying. He was known for harassing younger children. He dropped out of school before he even made it to the 10th grade because of his lack of self-discipline, subpar grades, and frequent absences. He met Rena Hill, a young woman in the middle of the 1960s, and they soon became a pair. When Rena became pregnant, their relationship took a serious turn, and they were married on November 20, 1968. However, getting married didn't make Lorenzo any less vicious. Rather, he became more involved in criminal activity and started acting in ways that were unsettling to women. He was arrested for assaulting and inappropriately molesting a girl he knew in January 1969. He was freed, nevertheless, following what the police referred to as a reconciliation arrangement, in which Lorenzo apologized and the victim withdrew her allegation. However, an apology would not prevent him from hurting additional women. His family history was equally unsettling, which only added to the horror. Lorenzo Gilliard Sr., his own father, was found guilty of rape in 1970. 2 years later, Lorenzo Jr. got into problems once more, this time for assaulting and sexually abusing a lady. Claiming he had choked her unconscious, she courageously recognized him in a police lineup. However, the authorities withdrew the accusations after determining that her testimony was insufficient. Letting him go was the one choice that proved to be disastrous. In 1973, Lorenzo's violent tendencies were ruining his own house in addition to frightening visitors. He was arrested that year for the physical and sexual abuse of his wife, who courageously told the authorities that he had been mistreating her throughout their marriage. However, justice was nowhere to be found when a black woman was the victim. As was to be expected, Lorenzo left with a fine and a divorce, rather than actual repercussions, such as jail time or a permanent sentence. Then he was free to repeat the entire process. This individual was absolutely disgusting. He not only mistreated his wife, but he also acted aggressively against other women in public. To make matters worse, the cops did nothing at all. He was then taken into custody once more in February 1974, this time for assaulting a 25-year-old exotic dancer. She recognized him in a lineup, but like before, a purported reconciliation deal miraculously dismissed the accusations. 5 months later, he repeated the action. He targeted a 13-year-old girl this time, a youngster. He attacked her close to the Missouri River. She was a friend's daughter. However, the accusations were dismissed once more after the girl made a revision to her story. Let it sink in. A 13-year-old was hurt by a fully grown guy, and he was still allowed to go free. But this time, if you can call it that, he received a small amount of punishment. He received a 9-month jail sentence after being found guilty of engaging in an illegal behavior with a child. Less than a year, 9 months, not even long enough for his name to be forgotten. In some way, he remarried after all of this. Naturally, though, that was short-lived. He was violent, abusive, and dangerous, and his second wife left him for the same reasons as his first. He then got married a third time in the late 1970s. Is it not unbelievable? Despite his bad deeds, he was still able to persuade another woman that he was worthy of marriage. He resumed his work in 1979. He assaulted a young couple this time, threatening to kill the woman's fiancé. He was recognized by both victims as their assailant. Nevertheless, a jury acquitted him at his trial in September 1980 for lack of evidence. He was arrested for serious abuse against his third wife a few months later. And you know what? A fee and another divorce is just another absurd punishment. That's all. Once more, he wandered freely. Then, in 1981, the situation reached a completely new and terrifying level. He assaulted his former spouse twice. He knocked out her front teeth the first time. He used an ice pick to stab her in the hand the second time. They must have finally locked him up at this point, correct? False. He was released on probation after being charged with third-degree assault. Then, in 1991, he was jailed again, this time for stealing, but he was released the following spring after posting $3,500, 0 cents bail. He was ultimately sentenced to 4 years in prison for breaking his probation, not for his violent past offenses, his mistreatment of women, or his assault of a kid. Imagine that. Despite all the women he harmed and the lives he shattered, it was only a probation violation, not the blood on his hands or the years of trauma he caused, that ultimately led to his imprisonment. Another twist in this terrifying tale is that Patricia Dixon, his sister, was as lethal. She was given an 11-year prison sentence in 1983 after being found guilty of killing a client while working as a prostitute. Following his release from prison on January 10, 1983, Lorenzo was arrested for making bomb threats in Wyandotte County, Kansas, and was subsequently sent back in jail. However, like with all other instances, his incarceration was brief. He was back on the streets by the end of 1985, free to carry on with his life as usual. He was hired as a garbage man at Deffenbaugh Disposal Service in January 1986, where his father was employed in the maintenance division. He appeared to be a typical man with a typical job leading a typical life. However, Lorenzo's past was not forgotten at all. He was taken into custody and questioned on December 23, 1987, as a possible suspect in the murder of Sheila Ingold, age 36. As before, there was insufficient proof to keep him in jail, so he was released after the police collected a sample of his blood in the hopes that it might link him to the crime. Even after his fourth marriage in 1991, he was still able to persuade ladies that he was a good man. In addition, he was elevated to the position of supervisor, which allowed him to oversee several waste disposal crews in various Kansas City locations. However, even for people who believe they are untouchable, karma has a way of catching up with them. Lorenzo was accused of sexual harassment by a neighbor who went to the police in July 1996. According to her, the harassment began in September 1995 and lasted for about a year. However, no charges were filed against him, even after she came forward. As a result, she was forced to depart. When law enforcement declined to assist her, she was forced to relocate and uproot her life. When justice fails, victims have no choice but to save themselves. That is the truth of the world we live in. Then, however, an odd thing occurred. Lorenzo appeared to become silent. Since 1993, his name has not been associated with any documented crimes. People who knew him started talking about him favorably, as though his history had been cleared out in some way. That is, until 2001, when the Kansas City Police Department was awarded a federal grant worth millions of dollars to use modern DNA technology to re-examine cold cases. The truth eventually came to light at that point. When Lorenzo's blood sample from 1987 was analyzed again, there was no getting away with it this time. Sheila Ingold, whom Lorenzo Gilliard had been suspected of killing years before, was one of 6 women whose killings he was definitively connected to. That wasn't all, though. He was implicated in 6 further killings based on circumstantial evidence, making a minimum of 12 victims. The ladies he killed, all between the ages of 15 and 36, had been strangled with wire, shoelaces, or nylon stockings. Their remains were thrown out like garbage in parking lots, fields, vans, abandoned buildings, landfills, and snowdrifts. Nevertheless, no one had hurried to resolve their cases, in spite of the pattern and the astronomical number of victims. The fact that a serial killer was pursuing women in Kansas City had gone unnoticed. Why? Due to the fact that the majority of his victims were sex workers, women whose society had already rejected them. The news hardly mentioned their deaths. Their cases were dismissed. No national media attention, no public outcry, simply another woman discovered dead in a dump, hardly more than a historical footnote. There were more women whose lives ended in the same ruthless manner, abandoned as though they had no significance. In addition to the ladies we already know Lorenzo Gilliard killed, more victims were suspected by investigators, but not all of their identities were revealed. Then, on June 23, 2006, a breakthrough occurred. Gilliard was connected to another murder by DNA research. 26-year-old Austrian immigrant Helga Kruger came to America in search of a better life. Rather, she met a horrible and brutal end in February 1989. It was found that she had strangled herself with a towel. The uncanny parallels between her death and the others created a terrifying image, almost like a ritual. The true tragedy, however, is that no one made the connection for years. Because they were viewed as expendable, these women were forgotten. They weren't well known, they weren't rich, and many of them didn't have relatives who were actively looking for them. A few were not even listed as missing. For a man such as Lorenzo Gilliard, these ladies were ideal prey because they were social outcasts. And Gilliard's luck didn't run out until January 2007. Prosecutors made an agreement with his lawyer. The death sentence would no longer be an option if he consented to give up his right to a jury trial. Although it was a last-ditch effort, it gave him the best opportunity of escaping the worst punishment possible. The prosecution's case was based on DNA evidence that connected Gilliard to the murders, and the trial started on March 5th. There was no denying the evidence. He was at the scene of the killings since his DNA was discovered on several women. He never broke, though. All of the victims shared the trait of being discovered in remote areas. All of them were strangled. They all appeared to be having difficulty. Nearly all of them had experienced sexual assault, and they were all missing their shoes. It was a signature, a distinct pattern, and it led directly to Gilliard. Even when presented with forensic evidence, he continued to deny any wrongdoing. "I never met the victims," he insisted. However, how can you maintain your innocence when all of the prostitutes you have slept with die and your DNA is discovered on their bodies just before they are killed? Its haughtiness is astounding. Perhaps he believed that, like he had done for decades, he could talk his way out of it. Perhaps he believed that these women would be let down by the legal system one final time. His lies, however, were insufficient this time. At last, his luck had run out. On March 17, 2007, 12 days later, Lorenzo Gilliard was found guilty of 6 murders and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He was convicted of the murders of Carmeline Hibbs, Sheila Ingold, Ann Barnes, Kelly Ford, Catherine Berry, and Naomi M. Kelly. Even though there was evidence that connected him to other killings, he was not found guilty in some of them because they could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But everyone understood the truth. Whether or not the courts acknowledged it, more than 6 ladies had been murdered by this man. Despite being one of Missouri's most prolific serial murders, almost anyone ever mentions him. Then, in a televised jail interview in 2018, British journalist Piers Morgan challenged Gilliard, bringing him back into the public eye. Morgan wasted no time chit-chatting. He asked him directly if he believed that people were foolish enough to accept his denials. Gilliard's calm was broken by the inquiry, and rather than respond, he tore off his microphone and hurried away. Despite receiving several life terms and being in his 70s, he still denies what he did. He continues to hold on to the falsehoods that gave him the opportunity to kill for so long. This story serves as a harsh reminder of the ease with which certain victims are disregarded. Because these women were forgotten in death and abandoned in life, it is crucial to remember them, to mention their names, and to keep their tales alive. Because if we don't, murderers like Lorenzo Gilliard will have what they desire. Victims who have been erased, issues that remain unanswered, and the satisfaction that no one cared enough to pursue justice. I'd like to know what you think about this now. Do you believe that the police were careless in repeatedly allowing Gilliard to walk free? Should they have apprehended him earlier? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Like many of the stories we've told, this family appeared to be a living example of the American dream, but appearances can be misleading. On the surface, it all started out as a typical night in a peaceful house with a mother putting her daughter to bed. However, by dawn, the same house would be transformed into a crime scene, with the lady and her 7-year-old daughter discovered brutally killed. By brutally, we mean that this wasn't an attempted robbery. This was anger and malice. There was only blood and silence, no shouts in the night, no evidence of forceful entrance. Palmerston North, a little secure city where doors are left unlocked, was rocked to its foundation. Why attack an innocent family, and who may have done this? Suspicions quickly began to surface due to a late-night trip, an oddly stained clothing, and a computer that was shut off at a certain moment. Suddenly, the story that everyone believed to be true began to change. Because the monster may have been closer than anyone thought in this instance. You will remember the Lundy murders narrative for a long time. They lived in Palmerston North and were a close-knit family consisting of Mark, Christine, and their daughter Amber before everything fell apart. Amber was the only child of Mark and Christine, who had been married for 17 years. She was intelligent, vivacious, and adored by her parents. Together, they operated a kitchen sink sales company. It wasn't particularly glamorous, but it usually covered the expenses. However, behind the scenes, things weren't quite as stable. The business was always in debt, frequently owing its supplier about $100,000, 0 cents. And in 1999, Mark took a risk and went overboard rather than retreating. Dreaming of a vineyard and possibly a new beginning, he purchased 2 pieces of land near Hawke's Bay to cultivate grapes. But such aspirations are not inexpensive. Mark skipped several dates for settlement, according to the landowner's later testimony. Interest rates rose as high as 14% and penalties began to mount. The Lundys were deeply in debt by August 2000, with penalty interest alone amounting to about $140,000, 0 cents. Additionally, the last day to make the payment was August 30th, which was also the day when Christine and Amber were discovered dead. The couple had signed documents to raise their life insurance from $200,000, 0 cents to $500,000, 0 cents just 5 days before to the killings. The page still bears Christine's signature, but the new policy hasn't been processed yet. Bruce Parson, the insurance representative, made it apparent that the increase was not in effect. Christine passed away prior to the paperwork being processed. Tower Insurance did pay $75,000, 0 cents of the Lundy mortgage after the murders, but there was no large payoff or $500,000 check, just sadness and suspicion. Although it appeared to be a family pursuing lofty goals, there were already fissures showing beneath the surface. Let's go back to Tuesday, August 29, 2000, before we go into those cracks. Palmerston North had a cold, unremarkable day, the sort that most people would forget. But by the following morning, the sleepy little town would be completely changed. Mark Lundy got into his car and drove off for Wellington that morning. For him, it was simply another business trip. He made a living selling kitchen sinks and fixtures, so these business trips were nothing out of the ordinary. He might occasionally be gone all day or simply for the night. There were no concerns about that Tuesday. Mark arrived at the Foreshore Motor Lodge in Batone, a quiet Lower Hutt neighborhood, at about 5 o'clock in the evening. The receptionist noticed nothing out of the ordinary. From the outside, everything appeared to be normal after he received his room key and settled in. He seemed to have no motive to return home, and he had an alibi. At 5:30, only half an hour later, his cell phone called. Either his wife Christine or their daughter Amber was calling from home. They spent almost 8 minutes talking. One of them said they were going to McDonald's for dinner. Mark subsequently informed the police. That particular detail was verified, A McDonald's receipt, time-stamped at 5:45 that evening, was later discovered by police in the Lundy residence. An everyday scene captured on grease-stained paper was unequivocal evidence that Christine and Amber were still alive at the time. However, things started to change gradually. Christine took a friend's phone call at about 7 o'clock. She didn't sound panicked or odd, and there was no indication that something wasn't right. Whatever terror lay ahead in that house had not yet materialized. Mark, meantime, continued his evening activities back in Petone. He contacted a business associate at 828 to discuss investing in a Hawke's Bay vineyard project. However, a dark force was infiltrating Palmerston North. At 10:52 that evening, the family computer was manually turned off by someone, not disconnected or crashed, marking the end of life in the Lundy residence. Alarms were aroused by that innocuous behavior. Some thought it signaled that the murderer had completed their mission. At 11:30 that evening, Mark called again, but this time he was calling a Petone escort service rather than a business associate. Around 1 in the morning, a woman was allegedly sent to his motel and left. He would later use this detail as a key component of his alibi. How could a man host a guest in his motel room and be complicit in a vicious double murder in a different city? However, the escort's presence wasn't what would completely change the course of this tale. That was Wednesday, August 30, the next day. Glenn Wary, Christine's brother, stopped by the house sometime in the middle of the morning. When he knocked on the front door, no one responded, but he needed to talk to her about a business situation. The ranch slider door was unlocked when he walked around the back. When he entered, he discovered Christine's blood-covered, lifeless body on the bed. She had been hit in the head several times, so badly that pieces of brain and bone had sprayed the bedroom doorway and walls. Amber was discovered on the floor, still wearing her nightgown, face down. She hadn't gotten very far because, like her mother, she had been brutally attacked. The murderer was merciless. This was anger, not simply murder. As soon as the police arrived on the scene, they realized something was wrong. There was blood on the frame of a back window that appeared to have been tampered with, possibly to simulate a break-in. The window belonged to Christine. Only after the murders were completed did it seem as though the murderer had attempted to create the impression that someone had broken in. The scene was deliberate and ruthless. It appeared to be a robbery at first. Investigators wondered if someone had broken in for valuables because a little jewelry box was stolen, but nothing else of value was found. Why merely take a trinket box and abandon everything else? This action wasn't impulsive. It was intimate. Detectives thought the weapon was similar to a tomahawk because of the severity of the injuries. It was small, sharp, easy to swing, and equally easy to dispose of. That raised the most important question of all. Who would carry out this action? Who had the time, the chance, and the reason? At that point, Mark Lundy came into focus. The police thought he was to blame. The surprise is that they couldn't even agree on the alleged date of the incident, depending on which version of the story you follow. According to one account, Mark killed his wife and children after leaving his motel after the business calls, drove more than 150 kilometers back to Palmerston North, and then hurried back to Petone so no one would notice. Another theory made me shiver even more. That version states that the killings did not take place at night. Rather, they asserted that Mark Lundy left his motel covertly after midnight, precisely within the minuscule time frame between calling an escort service and the woman showing up at his room. He had less than an hour to drive back to Palmerston North, kill his wife and daughter in a horrible manner, get clean, and then go back to the motel as if nothing had occurred. Imagine traveling more than 300 kilometers in less than 60 minutes, carrying out a brutal double homicide, and returning with no signs of guilt, blood, or evidence. Police somehow thought he had driven that distance twice in one night, even though no one saw him on the road, no traffic cameras saw his car, no gas receipts, no roadside witnesses, and no motel employees saw him go. A disappearance that would have made for a work of fiction, but was being handled as fact. Then, not in the courtroom but at the gravesite, came the moment that would split a country. Grief is said to affect people differently. Some people cry out to the heavens, some collapse, and some shut down. However, Mark Lundy's sadness didn't just pour out. It burst in front of the cameras when he buried his wife and his only daughter. And it wasn't subdued or silent. Only a few days after Christine and Amber were discovered dead in their house, it was shown. There was a funeral. There were so many mourners in the church. The town as a whole felt shattered. There were still no arrests, despite the fact that 2 innocent lives had been taken in the most brutal manner possible. People came to find serenity, to remember, and to grieve. Then, staggered between pals, came Mark Lundy. He was scarcely able to stand. As he sobbed hysterically, cameras rolled. His face twisted in pain, his screams reverberated. People around him had to hold him up when he fell to the ground and shook uncontrollably. For those who saw, it was too much, but it was the kind of suffering that most people pray they will never go through. There was something wrong with it, and something harmful started to develop gradually. That expression of sorrow turned into a public vote on guilt when it ought to have been a private time of mourning. Did he weep excessively? Was it authentic? Or was there a darker side to the performance? Even the Court of Appeal recognized the scene's influence in 2018, years after. They thought that throughout Mark's trial, jurors were probably subjected to numerous broadcasts of his funeral breakdown. Perhaps during lunch breaks, when the news was blaring in the background, or perhaps on a neighboring screen in the courtroom. In any case, the picture stuck. Mark's own defense attorney, Jonathan Eaton, QC, wasn't sugarcoating it. He claimed that Lundy appeared pitiful and somewhat humorous in the video. At his family's burial, the man who was seen screaming and flailing had evolved into more than simply a distraught spouse. He was now a suspect caught in the public's suspicions. Whether on purpose or not, the day's public spectacle sowed mistrust in the air. And that seed might have developed into something lethal in a case already beset by hazy chronologies and evasive evidence. Because grief that appears excessively large may occasionally seem like a deception in the court of public opinion. As soon as investigators entered the Lundy residence, it became evident that this was not a straightforward break-in gone awry. Downstairs, there was silence. No evidence of a battle. Then there was an eruption of violence upstairs. Bone fragments, blood all over the place. A child's body collapsed in a doorway, and a woman who had been bludgeoned so severely that her skull was broken. Police looked for a motive, a suspect, a weapon, or anything else that would explain what had transpired that night for weeks. Then there was a breakthrough, or at least that's how it appeared. Police discovered a polo shirt hidden inside a zipped-up tool bag inside Mark Lundy's vehicle. It was stained, just enough to raise suspicions but not enough to be seen at a look. The garment was dispatched for examination. Nothing definitive was first discovered, but everything changed when the second set of testing was conducted. After examining the clothing, a laboratory in Texas, yes, Texas, came up with a startling conclusion. According to the Crown, the stains comprised tissue from the central nervous system, specifically from Christine's brain or spinal cord. Somehow, her husband's clothing had come into contact with her brain tissue. It was the type of information that goes beyond implying guilt. It shouts it out. After all, who unintentionally gets their spouse's brain tissue on their clothes? Sharpening like a blade was the prosecution's story. Late that night, they claimed, Lundy had driven all the way from Petone to Palmerston North, entered the house without a sound, and fatally struck his wife and daughter. In order to strengthen his alibi, he then phoned for an escort, washed up, and drove back. They said he later stuffed the clothing, which was soiled with the very evidence that would turn on him, in the car. This is where things go wrong, though. The testing science, known as mRNA analysis, was state-of-the-art, contentious, and in some cases untrustworthy. It had never before been utilized in a criminal trial, not even in New Zealand. In court, experts clashed. The brain tissue, according to one side, was obvious and damning. According to the other, the findings were flawed, prone to contamination, and ought never to have been accepted as proof. The timeline wasn't perfect either. Lundy was first accused by the prosecution of carrying out the killings at approximately 7:00 p.m. The evidence, however, didn't match up. The call to the escort, the McDonald's ticket, and the phone records all pointed to the fact that he was not in the vicinity of Palmerston North at the time. Thus, they modified the theory. They now asserted that the killings took place closer to midnight, within a window of time that was hardly large enough for what he allegedly accomplished. He allegedly drove the 3 hours in disguise at a high speed while it was dark. All of this was done in order to return to his motel before dawn, without any physical weapon ever being found, no witnesses, and no blood in his car. It was ripped apart by the defense. They claimed that the science was unproven, the evidence dubious, and the timeline ridiculous. However, the picture of a man wearing his wife's brain on his shirt had already been planted by that point. A husband, a dad, or a monster. The prosecution's version of events was altered during the retrial. They had earlier claimed that the murders couldn't have occurred, but now they had to occur after 10:52 p.m. It seems desperate. The defense blasted the contradiction, referring to it as trial by timeline gymnastics, because everything else fell apart if Lundy couldn't have made that trip or be in 2 locations at once. Nevertheless, the Crown maintained that science prevailed over time. There was brain tissue on the shirt. The reason was debt. Anger was the tool. The timeline was described as tight but not impossible. That wasn't a leap, though, for many who were following the case's development. It was a leap into a canyon. Because it was more than just, could he do it? The question shifted to, is it even possible? Almost 15 years after his first conviction, Mark Lundy was facing a second trial in 2015. With new legal arguments, expert testimony, and a thorough rethinking of the time frame that had once deceived him, a revised case was constructed. He had been sentenced to life in prison in the first trial, but the case was reviewed in 2013 after the Court of Appeal declared that his conviction was dangerous because of a mix of contentious science, a shaky timetable, and media influence. Lundy so found himself back in the dock, but this time he had fresh questions, fresh evidence, and a fresh opportunity to prove his innocence. Was it a new beginning, though? The 3 main pieces of evidence were the same: the strange time frame, the financial motivation, and the brain tissue found on Lundy's shirt. The defense would continue to challenge the forensic evidence's validity. They had to. But what about the motivation, the chronology? Could they present a compelling enough case to overcome the years of rumors, media hysteria, and courtroom drama? The prosecution maintained the brain tissue argument, claiming that Christine's head was the only possible source. However, the defense refused to accept it. They referred to the mRNA analysis as experimental science and discredited the reliability of the forensic results. They questioned if the study, especially when it came from a tainted sample, actually demonstrated anything about the tissue. The timeline followed. The premise of the prosecution's case remained that Lundy could have driven from Petone to Palmerston North, murdered his wife and daughter, and then driven back to Petone in the middle of the night in a manner that defied common sense. This time, however, the defense said that it wasn't only a stretch. There was no way. All of the prosecution's presumptions were questioned by them. What about the motivation, though? Why Lundy would murder his wife and daughter a few days after raising their life insurance payout was a question the defense sought to answer. It didn't add up, even though the prosecution claimed it was all about the debt. When there are simpler alternatives, why kill your family? Given that the insurance coverage had not yet taken effect, why would the indebted businessman go to such lengths? Not to mention the circus of the media. The public had become familiar with Mark Lundy's visage by the time of the retrial. The viewer had already seen enough of the funeral footage to make them sick, and the jurors was still troubled by the idea that he was a grieving father who might be pretending. They said that his dramatic reaction at the funeral was too much grief and had been the subject of lengthy analysis. Was it all an act, or was it real? It seemed to be a fight between perception and truth, as the defense portrayed Lundy as a victim of circumstance. Even if the scientific evidence was questionable, the prosecution held on to it. The defense, on the other hand, attempted to cast doubt on every single premise, including the timeline, the motive, and the forensic evidence, all while presenting a picture of a guy who had been falsely accused. The jury's verdict would ultimately depend on one point, though. Following all the arguments, expert testimony, and scientific disputes, was Mark Lundy indeed responsible for 2 heinous murders, or had the system failed him? Mark Lundy would be found guilty of killing his wife Christine and daughter Amber at the end of the retrial. This time, he was not saved by the disparities in the timing, the dubious forensic science, or the damaged public image. But the fight for the truth was far from ended. Although an appeal was promised by Lundy's attorneys, the final decision would not be made for years. Paul Peterson, Christine's brother, was the first person to reach the crime site in the hours after the horrific killings of Christine and Amber Lundy. This individual wasn't an investigator or a police officer, and everything about his presence looked out of balance in the icy calm of that moment, as if fate had put him in the middle of a storm that would rock his family's entire universe. Although it began as a typical day in Palmerston North, a peaceful town, Paul would remember that day for reasons that would follow him throughout his life. It started, oddly enough, with his sister calling. Despite Christine's assurance that they would talk about a family issue, Paul felt uneasy when he showed up at the Lundy residence to meet with her. A feeling of dread swept over him as he entered through the open front door. Then he discovered that Christine and Amber Lundy had been brutally robbed of their lives. Paul saw the finding as a moment that would never be able to be undone. There was no turning back once he stepped into that crime scene. He had entered a nightmare that would tear apart his family's fundamental existence. What was most noticeable, though, was the uncanny quiet that seemed to envelop him. Paul Peterson phoned the police right away after discovering the bodies, as anyone would. However, as detectives started piecing together the chronology, something didn't fit. In addition to being the first person to reach the residence, Paul had also found the bodies. The question was raised: was Paul complicit in the killings? Was he a guy gripped by the horror of what he had just discovered? Or was his calm manner in the aftermath an indication of guilt? The emergence of a disturbing pattern was immediately noticed by the police. In addition to being the first to find the dead, Paul's deeds and testimony played a crucial role in determining how the crime was told, but the way he described his discovery was a little unsettling. A cloud of suspicion hovered over Paul every time the pictures of him entering the house quietly, talking to the police, and then testifying at trial were shown back. Paul Peterson came under more scrutiny as the investigation went on. Paul Peterson was the quiet witness to all of this, remaining in the background while Mark Lundy was taken into custody and charged with killing his wife and daughter. However, many were unaware that Paul was starting to draw his own questions as a result of his own anguish. Had Paul remained too composed after the incident? His calm response to discovering the victims and his icy description of the crime scene were later questioned by some, who questioned whether this was the response of the murderers. Was it anything more sinister? Or was his cool-headedness a protection mechanism? Perhaps Paul Peterson knew more about his sister's and niece's deaths than he disclosed? The suspicion around Paul never really went away, even though he was never officially accused or connected to the crime. People in the neighborhood couldn't help but worry whether he had been too close to the crime, and some started to wonder if there was something crucial that the investigators had overlooked, like a detail in Paul's testimony or something he did before phoning the police. Ultimately, despite persistent suspicions, Paul Peterson was never prosecuted with his sister's and niece's deaths. Paul went back to being on the sidelines of the case, while the investigation shifted to heavily focus on Mark Lundy. Mark Lundy was acquitted in 2019, following years of court proceedings, when the Court of Appeal determined that the case against him had been essentially faulty. The brain tissue evidence, which had been one of the most important components of the prosecution's case, was declared untrustworthy by the court, which also decided that there was not enough evidence to warrant his conviction. It was also determined that the trial's timetable was riddled with errors and omissions that called into question the first conviction. The Court of Appeal determined that the conviction was unsafe after the retrial revealed serious flaws in the case and fresh evidence that pointed to reasonable doubt. Lundy was consequently exonerated of all accusations. One thing is certain: even if the case has reached its legal conclusion, the truth is still elusive and just out of grasp. Is the murderer still among us, lurking in plain sight? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more, for more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted, despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters. There were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, there were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and two other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany in 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over south-central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s. 9,000 ADS. Black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the South Side Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said, and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited. And that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007, a few years later. Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, but the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The robbery homicide unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared, only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case, increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The Grim Sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the Grim Sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the Grim Sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there, since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than 2-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the grim sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1,980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia Mae Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the grim sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a grim sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia Mae Thomas was unique. Years later, when the grim sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Rolinea Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are two sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The grim sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia DeSmoke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify. Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings, women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the grim sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving two young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her. always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter, and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoiled to most of those around her. Due to her frequent tantrums and altercations, teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimal. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided, when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billy, Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, She hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potters' own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All 4 of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Imagine dropping off your child at school only to have their body delivered the following day. And when the truth is out, everyone tries to shield the person responsible. From his body being found in a gym mat to the startling finding of his missing organs during his exhumation, this was the reality for Kendrick Johnson's family. Every detail of this case seems to raise more questions than it does answers, and it is already horrifying. Kendrick Johnson, the youngest of his siblings, was born in October 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson. He was his family's center and the source of light in their house. He was a youngster with a natural charm and an easy smile, according to his mother, who called him the joy of their lives. He was incredibly athletic and a budding basketball and football star. He had a knack for numbers and was naturally good at math and science. He also kept track of allowances in his head with ease. Above all, though, Kendrick had aspirations, big, overpowering aspirations, to become a professional football player. However, those ambitions were permanently silenced on January 11, 2013. Kendrick, 17, was found in a way that no one could have predicted. Inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in the gymnasium at Lowndes High School, or LHS, in Valdosta, Georgia, his lifeless body twisted in an odd way. He appeared to have been completely engulfed by the mat, with his head buried deep within the coil and his feet protruding from the top. It was a horrible, perplexing scene. The authorities quickly provided an explanation. Kendrick fell inside the mat while grabbing for a pair of footwear, according to the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office, which declared his death to be an accident. After conducting an autopsy, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or GBI, determined that positional asphyxia was the cause of his death. He was trapped upside down, suffocating. However, his parents, Kenneth and Jackie Johnson, were more aware there was a problem, and then the terrifying details came to light. The first day of classes following the Christmas holiday was January 9, 2013. The LHS pupils became accustomed to their routine. There were 2 gymnasiums at the school, a larger modern one and an older one. A number of enormous wrestling mats were placed upright and firmly rolled in the dark, dusty corner of the former gym. Kendrick was among the pupils who kept personal items inside the mats in order to avoid paying for lockers. However, the layout had changed since more mats had been added during the interval. Because LHS had a block schedule, classes were held on various days. At precisely 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 10, Kendrick was seen entering the former gym on distorted security film, but he was never spotted going anywhere. He never showed up for his next weightlifting class. The school day came to a close, the corridors were deserted, and hours went by. After a freshman basketball game that night, he was meant to return home, but he never did. His phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. It was midnight. His mother, Jackie Johnson, saw the terrible situation in her bones. She thus filed a missing persons report, like any mother would. Jackie Johnson's heart thumping with fear, she came at the school the following morning, January 11. She begged the officials who issued flyers for missing persons. There wasn't enough time. Then, at around 10:30 a.m., a group of female students were sitting on top of the wrestling mats in the old gym, completing surveys. They were chatting absently when they noticed a pair of socks that were just barely visible through one of the rolled-up carpets. Thinking it was a joke, one female laughed, but her curiosity overcame her. The sight of a body sent chills down her spine as she scaled the bleachers and peered down into the mat. The air thickened and the laughter ceased. The silence in the gym was broken by her scream. A guy student hurried up and attempted to remove Kendrick with shaking hands. He flinched in horror as soon as he touched the body because the smell of decay hit him like a wave. Something horrible had obviously occurred here. Together, a teacher ran forward. The mat was knocked over. Kendrick's body sagged forward, his eyes frozen, in a scream that never left his lips, his face unrecognizable, grotesquely bloated. Chaos broke out in the school. A lockdown was issued by administrators. Away from the horror that was taking place in the old gym, students were led into the new one. Jackie Johnson's world was falling apart somewhere in the midst of the mayhem. The words that would permanently alter her life were said by a voice. His body had been located. For 21 hours, Kendrick had been by himself, suffocating in the darkness. When their son's body was dug up for a second autopsy, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson's sadness gave way to dread because, as it turned out, all of his organs were gone: the heart, lungs, liver, and brain. A terrible farce of justice. His body had been crammed with newspaper in their place. The official diagnosis of asphyxia was directly contradicted by the second autopsy, which found blunt force injury. Later on in the video, this will be clarified. Kendrick had been heard, and it had been covered up by someone. Nevertheless, there are still unresolved doubts about his death. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or had he been killed, silenced, buried, or forgotten? The truth is still hidden 10 years later. However, there is no doubt that someone knows the truth about what actually transpired. Authorities from Lowndes County acted swiftly, interrogating each student present in the gym when Kendrick was discovered. Their tales coincided: the eerie silence of the gym, the blood accumulating beneath Kendrick's head, and the 2 pairs of shoes, one next to his feet and the other underneath him, were all captured on camera. However, something didn't feel right. There was no blood on the school book or yellow folder that Kendrick had been carrying, nor was there any blood outside the mat. The shoes he had been wearing had none. Tests revealed that the old blood found on a neighboring column wasn't Kendrick's. Bloody tissues discovered in the girls' restroom trash can were identified as belonging to a female student who had experienced a nosebleed. Kendrick's socks, however, were only half removed. His body contorted in a manner that was impossible to describe. The Johnson family rejected the accidental death verdict. They turned to civil rights organizations for assistance. The NAACP and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, stepped in. There were protests. Outside the courthouse, Kendrick's parents were also taken into custody for civil disobedience. They were fighting what they thought was a cover-up, and the case was getting out of hand. The Department of Justice intervened in response to growing criticism and began its own inquiry, but even that ended in failure. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, whose father was an FBI agent, were the subject of allegations. They were publicly accused by the Johnsons, which stoked more controversy. However, one of the boys was out of state when Kendrick vanished due to a strong alibi. The case became more ambiguous. Once among Kendrick's strongest supporters, the SCLC and NAACP walked away after their own investigations revealed that his death was indeed an accident. However, that response was rejected by his parents. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or was his death staged to keep someone safe? There are two sides to a coin, each giving a different tale, and this case is still a mystery. The old gym at Lowndes High School was familiar to Kendrick Johnson. He avoided paying for a locker by concealing his shared pair of footwear inside the rolled-up wrestling mats, which he utilized as makeshift storage like many other students do. He had done it innumerable times before. It was a habit. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick was seen entering the gym by himself on security camera. He was not followed. Nobody witnessed what transpired next. However, detectives think Kendrick's last minutes were a tragic series of ill-advised maneuvers based on the physical evidence. Kendrick, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, grabbed for the mat that held his shoes, only to discover that it had been moved over the holiday break and was now trapped under a number of others. The gap was barely accessible. He did what he had probably done before. Instead of tipping the mat over, which would have been a noisy move that would have attracted unwanted attention, grasping the side of the mat with his right hand, he climbed in. With his left hand extended to grasp the shoe inside, he dropped himself head first. However, the cramped area made it impossible for him to flex his elbow and raise himself back up as he went further. His muscles ached. Panic struck. He eventually slipped farther down after losing his hold on the edge of the mat. His shoulders were stuck against the mat's walls, trapping him since his body was now completely inverted. Gravity was against him more and more as he struggled, making it harder for him to move. He may have even tried to kick himself free in an attempt to shift his weight. In the process, he knocked his shoes off their soles, and they fell close to his feet. His head was flooded with blood. His surroundings became more gloomy. As his lungs squished beneath his own weight, oxygen levels fell. He suffocated in quiet, trapped and defenseless, alone in a packed student gym, just out of reach of rescue. Kendrick stayed inside the mat, undiscovered, for about 21 hours. Before his mother filed a missing persons report, Kendrick's absence was unquestioned. However, it was already too late. Rigor mortis had already set in by the time his body was ultimately found the next morning. The official decision was accidental positional asphyxia, a poor choice that quickly became fatal. The silent and sneaky murderer is positional asphyxia. It happens when a person's body gets stuck in a way that makes it difficult for them to breathe, which stops their oxygen flow until they suffocate. Positional asphyxia is a prolonged, painful death, in contrast to the spectacular struggle frequently associated with suffocating, in which the victim may not even be aware that they are in danger until it is too late. This condition usually occurs when a person's body is twisted in a way that compresses the chest or stops the lungs from expanding fully, such as when they are trapped in a car, wedged between pieces of furniture, or, as was the case with Kendrick Johnson, discovered upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. The oxygen levels fall with each short breath, and finally, unconsciousness takes over. Death is certain if assistance is not received in a timely manner. Similar patterns can be seen in medical results from other cases of positional asphyxia. Suffocation symptoms including darkened or discolored skin, fluid buildup in the lungs, and blood leaking from the lips and nostrils are frequently found in victims in abnormal positions. However, the fact that these fatalities can be misconstrued for something else is what makes them so unsettling. However, there was more to the coin. In a rolled-up gym mat, Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead upside down. That much is true. Nothing else in the official story, however, makes sense to his family. The Johnsons have maintained that Kendrick didn't get into the mat by himself ever since his body was found. He stayed upright. He didn't accidentally suffocate. He died. The ensuing cover-up was so calculated and complex that the truth is still hidden years later. From the beginning, it didn't make sense. The way the case was handled was the most obvious red flag. It is blatantly against Georgia law that the coroner, whose responsibility it was to supervise the body and crime scene, was not called for almost 6 hours. Whatever evidence had been present had already been compromised by the time he got there, and the gym was no longer secured. Authorities in Lowndes County made the decision to declare Kendrick's death an accident remarkably quickly. The medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ruled out foul play and approved positional asphyxia as the cause of death. The matter was resolved. The Johnsons, however, weren't persuaded, because something much more sinister than an accident occurred inside that gym. There were also concerns about Kendrick's body position. One arm was twisted at his side, the other stretched above his head in an uncomfortable position. Both arms ought to have been lowered if he had been grabbing for his shoes. It was almost impossible for him to have fallen in by accident because of the way the gym mats were stacked. And how did his shoes get up neatly on top of his legs instead of under him, assuming he had gotten inside? Additionally, there was enough blood to raise suspicions. There was a pool of blood beneath his head and a line of blood on a nearby wall. However, officials never put it to the test because they thought it was outdated and irrelevant to the case. There were, of course, his organs, as we already know. Desperate for answers they believed had been denied, Kendrick's parents painfully decided to exhume his body for an independent autopsy months later. The results of the examination of the body were terrible. Newspaper had been used in place of his internal organs. The family's worries were heightened when officials later stated that this was normal practice because of decomposition. The results of the independent autopsy were much more concerning. This fresh autopsy revealed a far more brutal conclusion to Kendrick's life, even though the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had declared his death an accident caused by positional asphyxiation. It showed obvious indications of blunt force damage to the neck, indicating that Kendrick had been hit with enough force to kill him rather than suffocate. 2 distinct autopsies, 2 entirely different findings. Which was the truthful one? His body was delivered that way, the funeral home insisted. Any involvement was denied by the coroner's office. Nobody would or could explain it. The length of time it took for officials to inform the Johnsons of their son's passing was possibly the most horrifying. It was not until long later that Kendrick's family was notified that his body had been found in the morning. They begged for answers, but the police were unresponsive and only provided evasive responses. The parents of Kendrick thought they knew who was to blame. The Johnsons did not consider the death of their son to be an accident. They were certain that he had been killed, and they thought they knew who did it. 2 brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, who also went to Lowndes High School, were named in their case. They said that their father, an FBI agent, had ordered one of the brothers to entice Kendrick to the gym, where he was viciously assaulted. The lawsuit claimed that a fight over a girl was the motivation. However, the Bell family denied any involvement. According to school records, one of the brothers was apparently in another area of the school on the day Kendrick was last seen alive, while the other was out of town. This served as evidence by the authorities that the brothers had strong alibis. The Johnsons, however, were not persuaded and maintained that the evidence had been falsified to shield the family. They may have had the answers. The motionless, unblinking eyes of the security cameras installed inside the former gym at Lowndes High School, the very location where Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead, may have caught them. However, those responses are absent. Grant Fredericks, a forensic video analyst, discovered something quite disturbing when he looked over the school's camera tape. It was more important to consider what the cameras hadn't recorded than what they had. 2 cameras inside the gym missed a whole hour and 5 minutes, which included Kendrick's last moments. A total of 2 hours and 10 minutes of footage had been lost from 2 additional cameras. The video then cuts back to exactly 1:09 p.m., just in time to see Kendrick walking inside the gym. However, what took place prior to that? Who had entered already? The most important piece of evidence in the whole case, the footage, is just gone, so we don't know. The fact that the camera's timestamps didn't match raised even more red flags. There was a broken timeline that was easy to manipulate because the cameras inside the gym seemed to be operating 10 minutes ahead of the ones outside. In the 1 hour of footage that was missing, a camera outside the gym did catch something significant. A large number of pupils entered the facility. Did they notice anything? Did they answer questions, or were they involved in anything that needed to be kept secret? Fredericks's findings were increasingly troubling as he went deeper into the video recordings. Some of the recordings couldn't be played since they were corrupted. Others had suffered severe image loss due to improper processing. "I can't say why they were done that way," he said, "but they were not done correctly, and they were not done thoroughly. Where the truth ought to have been, there was a digital void, empty spaces, instead of a clear, unquestionable account of Kendrick's last moments. The chain of custody, or rather, its total breakdown, was what made it worse. The video system was not immediately taken over by law police. Rather, they had deferred to the IT department of the school to determine which footage to release. Fredericks issued a warning, saying that you don't want someone who might be accountable to decide what they provide the police. But that's precisely what took place. The video had been taken out by a school staff, not an investigator. 5 days after Kendrick's body was discovered, it was then turned over to the authorities. Anything might have been changed, removed, or changed by then. In those missing minutes, in those corrupted files, in those altered timestamps, somewhere in the digital abyss lies the truth about what happened to Kendrick Johnson. Frederick's conclusion was chilling. Until I have the digital video system in my hand, and I can say everything is intact, and this is what was recorded, I would still be highly suspicious of this. But someone made sure. We would never see the truth if it was caught on camera. Why were there so many unexplored leads? Why did the Bells appear to be exempt from scrutiny? The Johnsons thought their father's strong connections were the reason. Law enforcement held fast to their position while the Johnsons demanded answers. The death of Kendrick was an accident. Officials rejected the family's claims that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the sheriff's office handled the matter improperly as unfounded. Even nevertheless, unsettling information kept coming to light. The body was moved before authorities arrived, according to a coroner's report, which also characterized the case's management as extremely subpar. Someone had messed with a sealed body bag. Determined to find the truth, authorities refused to comply completely. The Bell brothers were named in a lawsuit brought by the Johnsons in 2015, along with more than 30 other defendants, including police enforcement, school administrators, and medical examiners. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office was accused of fabricating the incident by putting Kendrick's body underneath the mat to give the impression that it was an accident. But without any confessions, concrete proof, or eyewitnesses, their case collapsed. Still, there were unanswered questions. But investigators refused to back down. Citing a regional crime lab assessment that revealed no serious injuries on Kendrick's body, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation rejected homicide charges. The independent autopsy followed. The Johnsons employed forensic pathologist Dr. William Anderson, who determined that Kendrick's death was due to blunt force injuries to the neck rather than suffocation. He declared it a murder. 2 contradicting reasons of death, 2 autopsies. Which was the real one? The Johnsons have been searching for answers for more than 10 years. They protested, filed lawsuits, and exposed what they see as widespread corruption in Valdosta, Georgia. Kenneth Johnson, Kendrick's father, has stated, "We live here. We know how this town is. We know how they will lie. We know how they will cover up for one another." Desperate for fresh proof, they dug up Kendrick's body twice. The parents' efforts to reveal the truth have cost them thousands of dollars. However, each time they approach, the case becomes more obscure. A federal inquiry was started by the Justice Department, but its results were never made public. The courts ruled that there was insufficient evidence and dismissed important lawsuits. The press went on. The town went on. Kendrick's parents, however, will never, because they think they are aware that their son was killed and that the truth is being concealed by someone, somewhere. The battle for justice is far from ended, yet the truth is still hidden. What then was it? A murder that was well hidden, or a tragic accident? There are still no conclusive answers, neither for Kendrick Johnson's family nor for those who have followed this case. Years have gone by, yet the truth is still elusive due to missing video, contradicting reports, and rumors of a cover-up. The quiet surrounding Kendrick's killing is louder than ever, and justice is still elusive. Will the family of Kendrick Johnson ever receive the justice they are due, or will the truth always remain hidden? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When the perpetrator of a high-profile crime remains at large, it frequently causes a great deal of public worry and shockwaves through the community. Residents live in constant terror of another incident, and nobody can foresee when or where it will occur. Such horrific legal transgressions may become part of local folklore in small communities, but occasionally, the investigation and the gravity of the infraction result in precedent-setting changes to the criminal justice system, such as the passage of new laws or adjustments to old ones. A young college student called Katie Sepich was the victim of a particularly unsettling act of assault more than 20 years ago in the sleepy town of Las Cruces, New Mexico. It remains one of the scariest and bloodiest events in the city's history to this day. Even though the crime may have been solved quickly, the inquiry took years to complete due to serious delays brought on by justice system inefficiencies. Progress wasn't achieved until Katie's bereaved family intervened and demanded reform. As a result of their efforts, a statute that requires DNA samples from anybody detained in connection with violent or aggressive behavior was introduced, bearing her name. Closing the flaws in the system and avoiding future delays in identifying offenders were the goals of this important step. On July 18, 1981, Catherine Jenna Sepich, or just Katie as her friends knew her, was born in the Las Cruces suburbs of Dona Ana County, New Mexico. She grew up with her younger brother and sister in a loving and close-knit family. As the eldest of 3 siblings, they and Katie had a close relationship. Her parents prioritized education, encouraged each child to discover and develop their unique skills, and were dedicated to instilling strong values in their children. As a committed student who was among the best in her class, Katie stood out at school. She was naturally drawn to the sciences, and when graduation drew near, she focused on New Mexico State University's economics degree. Her parents were overjoyed when she told them about her choice, not only because she was ambitious, but also because the university in Las Cruces was close by, allowing her to visit frequently. Katie decided to rent a tiny apartment with a close friend rather than live in the dorms. Their apartment was located in a residential complex on the ground floor. The distance to college was only 10 minutes by foot, and everyone had a separate bedroom. Katie met Joshua, or Joe as his friends nicknamed him, Bischoff, a fellow student, during her junior year. He was a year older and enrolled in the same university's biochemistry program. There was an immediate connection between them. Within a few months, they had introduced one other to their families, who enthusiastically supported them as their relationship grew rapidly. Joe was born and raised in New Mexico's capital, Albuquerque. After graduating, he intended to go back there and work at his family's company. Given that Katie had 1 year remaining to finish her degree, this meant that they would have to deal with a long-distance relationship for some time. However, Joe proposed right before they left town, and Katie happily accepted after he gave her a stunning, specially created diamond ring. The idea was straightforward. They would marry as soon as she graduated and go to Albuquerque to live together. They could only get together on vacations because Joe had moved to a different city. Nevertheless, despite the distance, they continued to communicate daily. This was the case for almost a whole year. Joe went back to Las Cruces for Labor Day weekend with his fiancée in late August 2003. He remained in the flat that Katie and her friends still shared. The arrangement was cozy, and no one felt like they were invading because each roommate had her own room. The pair had arranged to go to a party at a big house that another student had hired on Saturday, August 30, 2003. Many people planned to remain overnight, and it was one of those large college parties. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary or concerning about the evening. Joe and Katie were ecstatic to see each other again. Since Joe's arrival on Friday, August 29, the couple had been together virtually all the time. They were deeply in love with one another, and they treasured every moment spent together, both physically and emotionally. Joe, Katie, and her roommate went to the park at about 8 o'clock in the evening. It was a bustling, vibrant atmosphere. People were drinking a lot of beer, dancing, and partying. Joe and Katie got into a furious quarrel at one point. Since most of the guests were drunk and focused on having a good time, nobody at the party paid much attention to the specifics of the argument. Katie abruptly made the decision to leave the house where the party was being hosted and returned to her apartment at 3 in the morning because she was upset. Nobody bothered to stop her as she just went out. Partygoers later said that because her possessions were still at the house, they had thought she would return and had not noticed when she had departed. Her pals didn't volunteer to walk her home. The Sepich household got a call by the afternoon of August 31, 2003. When Katie's mother, Jane Sepich, answered, she could hear her daughter's roommate's anxious voice. The caller wanted to know if Katie had visited her relatives. When Jane declined, the friend disclosed that Katie had not returned or gotten in touch with anybody after the party. A sinking feeling that something horrible had transpired was later recalled by Jane. She would never let her oldest daughter disappear without telling someone. The student's relatives and friends were so alarmed that they called the police right once to report the pupil missing and started their own search that same day. As the evening wore on, the local police received another call, this time containing terrible news. A party of hunters had discovered a young woman's body at a municipal landfill close to the town's outskirts. They immediately phoned authorities after being disturbed by the discovery. The victim was in a face-down position, her underwear was ripped, and most of her clothes had been taken off. She had to pull her jeans down to her ankles since they were torn. The scene strongly implied a targeted and severe attack. Because Katie's missing persons report was already on file, authorities assumed the body might be hers, even though no identification was found with her. The woman's arms and back had been severely burned. It would be later determined that the perpetrator had tried to destroy the evidence by dousing the body in gasoline and setting it on fire. But the endeavor was unsuccessful. DNA and other important forensic evidence were left behind as the fire swiftly extinguished after merely scorching the skin. The Sepich family was devastated when authorities called them to tell them that a woman's body had been found and that it might be Katie. The remains were identified by Katie's father. He recognized his daughter right away, despite the body's state. Every hope that she was still alive was dashed. What many feared was confirmed by an autopsy. Katie had been attacked in a very violent and vicious manner. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as the cause of death. She had been strangled to death by the perpetrator using just their bare hands. She had battled hard to survive, as evidenced by the defensive wounds on her arms and body. Examiners discovered blood and skin traces beneath her fingernails, indicating that she may have scratched her assailant during the struggle. The DNA of the culprit was extracted by forensic specialists from biological material taken from the body and under her nails. Despite submitting the sample to the National Criminal Database, no matches were discovered. This suggested the person had either never been arrested for a violent crime previously or had never been registered in the system. The fact that there were no signs of a struggle, no blood traces, and none of Katie's clothes or shoes at the scene of the crime made it obvious that the crime had taken place somewhere else. The detectives in charge of the investigation now had to decide where the incident occurred and reduce the number of possible suspects. Katie and her roommate lived in an apartment approximately 1.5 miles from the house where the party was hosted. It would have taken her around half an hour to travel home, since she had set out on foot, but which path did she take? Investigators made the decision to go in every direction and find anyone who could have seen her that evening. Sadly, no eyewitnesses came forward, and no hints were discovered along the route, most likely as a result of Katie walking through empty streets in the middle of the night by herself. One important piece of evidence, nevertheless, was found directly outside her apartment complex. Her right shoe was discovered laying under her unit's window, while the other was discovered nearer the side of the road. Katie seems to have been intoxicated and clearly distraught as she left the party. She lost her handbag, which had her keys and phone, in her hurry. because she probably tried climbing through her bedroom window after realizing she couldn't enter her apartment when she got there. That was the moment of vulnerability when the offender struck. Medical examiners later found tiny pieces of the same gravel stuck in her skin, and signs of a fight were detected in the gravel beneath the glass. Outdoor security cameras weren't as common or dependable in 2003 as they are now. 2 neighboring cameras were able to record a few seconds of Katie's stroll that evening, verifying her approximate path and direction, but it did not help authorities identify the culprit. Frame by frame, the surveillance tapes were analyzed. There was nothing suspicious in sight. Katie wasn't jogging, there were no suspicious cars or people in the area, and it appeared that no one was pursuing her. Based on this, investigators hypothesized that she had met the attacker on the last part of her walk, which sadly had no camera coverage at all. Despite interviewing everyone who had been at the party, which was the final one Katie would ever attend, police were unable to obtain any significant information. Before she got into a fight with her boyfriend Joe, the majority of the guests had left. By the time she left, those who had stayed had either fallen asleep or were too drunk to remember specifics. While some believed Joe would pursue her, others believed she would return. Joe had started flirting with another guest after drinking too much, and that female kissed him, according to Katie's roommate and close friend. The pair got into a fight after Katie witnessed this happen. For almost 10 minutes they engaged in a furious argument. Things appeared to settle down eventually, and most people believed the war was done. However, after approximately half an hour, Katie, who was still clearly in pain, made the decision to go. She probably thought Joe would follow her. It's interesting to note that Joe did pursue Katie that evening, but he quickly returned. She had left her purse on the couch, and when he called her phone, he heard it ringing. Oddly, he continued to phone repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the ringtone emanating from the person next to him. Detectives became suspicious of this behavior and decided to bring Joe in for a formal interrogation at the station. His uneasiness was more noticeable there. He had a hard time telling the truth. He claimed that although he had followed Katie to ensure her safe return home, he had somehow lost sight of her. He claimed to have reached her building but failed to spot her there, so he just went back to the party. He was unable to provide a clear response when questioned why he didn't try to make sure she entered securely or knock on her door. Joe's behavior changed when detectives told him that biological evidence had been found on the victim and requested that he willingly give a DNA sample. He declined to answer any more questions and promptly requested a lawyer. Suspicion against him was only heightened by that response. At the time, police enforcement needed a court order to force someone to provide a DNA sample, and Joe's lawyer made a concerted effort to keep that from happening. In order to get the proof they required, detectives had to find another lawful method. The night before the event, Joe and Katie had engaged in physical intimacy in her bedroom at the apartment she shared with a friend, as was previously described. Investigators took the bed linens in the hopes of discovering biological material that may be used. Notably, all of the other male partygoers voluntarily cooperated with the authorities and consented to provide a DNA sample in order to clear their names. The material discovered on Katie's body and beneath her fingernails did not match the male DNA traces detected on the bedsheet. Joe willingly consented to submit his own DNA sample after being informed of this. He subsequently clarified that his original refusal was due to his fear of being wrongly implicated. He thought his DNA might still be there, misread because he'd been intimate with Katie that night. The vicious crime committed against a college student in a town that had previously been thought of as calm swiftly rose to the top of the local news cycle. There were rumors that a possible serial predator was moving from state to state, preying on women who were out on their own at night and committing horrible crimes. Investigators understood how serious the issue was. They started a thorough investigation, looking into other incidents of comparable assaults or attempted assaults. A federal request to cross-check DNA from unsolved crimes around the country was also sent out. Finding out if the person responsible for Katie's case has previously committed similar crimes was the aim. They searched the national database but were unable to locate any matches. In the meantime, Las Cruces was experiencing increasing panic as the investigation swiftly came to a standstill. Even though the school year had just started, Many young ladies were too afraid to go out on their own, especially after dark, for fear that they would be the next victim of a violent criminal. As long as the culprit was still at large, nobody in the community felt really safe. Robbery was taken into consideration by detectives as a potential motive. Several partygoers remembered that Katie had been wearing her diamond engagement ring, which Joe had given her, that night. However, the ring was not located near the scene and was not found on Katie's body. That was a clear indication that the perpetrator had taken it with them. Despite the fact that no new crimes were committed, ladies all around the city avoided wearing pricey jewelry in public once this information was made public, in an effort to avoid unwanted attention. The public sought justice in Katie's case, and the town's climate remained tense. Nothing was found when local pawn shops were checked. Nowhere in the county had the missing ring been swapped or sold. Tire traces at the landfill close to where Katie's body was dumped, however, provided investigators with an alternative lead. The tire's model and manufacturer may be determined from the tread pattern. They were found to be frequently found on pickup trucks, but without a license plate number, manufacturer, or even color, how might detectives locate a particular car? Once more, the case stagnated. The inquiry into Katie Sepich's case had virtually stalled by early 2004. Then, in July, over a year after she passed away, news of a remarkably identical occurrence that happened in Green Bay, Wisconsin, surfaced. The circumstances of Katie's case had been reflected in the way a young woman had been attacked. After brutally assaulting her and beating her, the assailant attempted to burn her body. Authorities started to assume that a serial criminal might be involved because of the similarities. The Green Bay survivor somehow survived despite the extent of her injuries. Investigators could only hope she would survive and be able to speak when she was taken to the hospital in severe condition. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to stabilize her condition swiftly, and she was healthy enough to talk to investigators in a matter of days. Her story claims that two men of Latino heritage attacked her. After robbing her of her luggage, beating her, and repeatedly attacking her, they started strangling her. She is thought to have lost consciousness, which might have prevented her death. Her assailants tried to burn her body after assuming she was gone, but the flames were extinguished fast. They left without checking. She regained consciousness hours later and crawled to the side of the road, where she was seen by oncoming traffic. Her statement led to the creation of composite sketches of both suspects and their airing on the evening news, along with a request for the public's assistance in identifying the men suspected of being responsible for a series of violent attacks against women. A nearby farmer called the police that very evening. He identified the men in the sketches as Giovanni Niatu and Gregory Morales, two of his seasonal employees. Interestingly, both guys were native to New Mexico and had apparently visited relatives there on occasion. Both of the violent crimes appeared to be close to being solved. DNA samples from the suspects were all that investigators required, but both guys fled when they realized the police were getting close. 3 more months passed until they were apprehended in Atlanta, Georgia. But what followed was a huge disappointment for the team that was investigating Katie's case. The DNA samples taken from Morales and Niatu did not match the profile on Katie Sepich's body, despite the fact that their involvement in the Green Bay attack was undeniable. The crime in Las Cruces had nothing to do with it. Another obstacle was encountered in the investigation of Katie Sepich's case. Her family refused to let the narrative fade into the background, even after over 2 years had passed. By interacting with the public and reminding everyone that a dangerous person was still at large, they maintained the pressure. Then, some 3.5 years after the heinous act, a significant breakthrough was made in December 2006. The unidentified sample taken from Katie's body matched a DNA profile that was uploaded to the national database. Gabriela Avila, who had previously been convicted of armed robbery, violence against women, and distribution of illegal narcotics, was the owner of the match. Despite having at least 2 significant assault cases in his criminal background, Gabriel had never before been asked to provide a DNA sample for reasons that were still quite concerning. No one had pressed for the extra testing in those cases because his guilt had been shown without forensic proof. Devastating outcomes would result from that oversight. Amazingly, when Avila attempted to assault another lady, he was already taken into custody 2 months after Katie's passing. Unaware that her roommate was present, he had broken through a window into her flat and attacked her while she was asleep. After successfully fending him off, the two women used a phone to lock themselves in the bathroom and dialed 911. In spite of this, Gabriel not only escaped harsh punishment, but investigators at the time never even got his DNA. Due to the case's complications and a competent defense lawyer, Avila was released with a vow not to leave town. Not surprisingly, he vanished shortly after, and the case was quietly withdrawn since there was no official conviction. Additionally, it was discovered that Gabriel was the owner of a pickup truck, which could have been a noteworthy information if it had been investigated at the time. Detectives now focused on his ex-wife, who had been living with him at the time of the crime, as the case gained new momentum. She gave important information and was helpful. Above all, she reported discovering a pricey diamond ring in his truck's glove box. She thought the ring belonged to someone else, perhaps someone Avila was secretly seeing because it was not her size. With the intention of confronting him later, she chose to keep the ring as evidence of his adultery. Before she could do so, however, Gabrielle was taken into custody and, while on bond, vanished once more. The jewelry was given to the police by the woman. Joe had given Katie the exact same custom-made engagement ring. The puzzle's last piece had been put together. The only thing left to do was to persuade the man in charge, who had up to this point maintained his denial of any involvement, to make a confession. However, his attitude changed as soon as detectives put the ring in front of him. Seeing that the odds were against him, he appeared defeated. He assumed the object was long gone, so his main question was how they had located it. Gabriel Avila ultimately made the decision to give his version of events, attempting to minimize his responsibility in the hopes of earning a lower sentence once any remaining suspicions about his involvement were allayed. He claimed that on that fateful night, he had gone to a friend's house to get some illegal drugs, which he promptly took. He offered Katie a lift when he saw her strolling alone down the street on his way back, but she turned him down. According to Avila, he just wanted to make sure she made it home safely and didn't follow her. However, he came closer and attacked her when he noticed her attempting to enter her apartment through the window. He said he didn't intend to hurt her at first, blaming his drug use for his mental impairment. He became aware of the seriousness of what he had done after attacking her. He chose to kill her out of despair and desperation to hide his identity. Gabriel tried to destroy the evidence by burning Katie's body after strangling her with his bare hands, putting it in the bed of his truck, and driving to a landfill outside the city. Thinking she would recognize the ring, he took it off her finger. Unaware that the fire had hardly burnt and that most of the forensic evidence was still in place, he sprayed the body with gasoline, lit it, and then walked away. Almost 4 years after carrying out the heinous deed, Gabriel Avila was finally put on trial in May 2007. He was convicted of homicide, robbery, assault, battery, and violence. He received a sentence of 70 years in prison without the chance of release. However, Katie's parents took it a step further. They battled to enact laws mandating obligatory DNA collection from anybody convicted or even arrested for violent crimes, with the public's strong backing. Avila might have been connected to the murder months after Katie's death, not years later, if that statute had been in effect in 2003. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This house may appear to be nothing more than an old deserted structure at first, but believe me when I say that the more you learn about today's case, the more you'll understand that it was the location of some of the most horrific murders that occurred in 1987, complete with heaps of trash all over the place. Even while the case hasn't been formally solved, many people, including law enforcement, have theories about who the real culprit is. Stay with us through to the very finish if you've ever wondered why this case is still one of the town's most sinister mysteries. You can be shocked by the reality and start to doubt everything you believe to be true. Allow us to begin by discussing the Kunz family, who occupied the residence. They were a quiet, solitary group that the public hardly knew existed. The family had always stayed to themselves, even though they lived in a town with less than 1,000 residents. However, nobody could have foreseen the tragedy that would soon rock the modest, quiet town of Athens, Wisconsin, to its very foundation. The village would be shocked by the vicious murder of the Kunz family, but it would also expose some really odd and disturbing facts that would trouble people for years to come. As previously stated, the Kunz family now resided in a dilapidated farmhouse distant from the bustle of the closest town, leading a life of hardship and loneliness. They named a 108-acre plot of property near Athens, roughly 6 kilometers from the city center, home. Despite being remote, their house was anything but a comfortable retreat. Like their lives, it was collapsing. Helen, 70, Clarence, 76, Irana, 81, Marie, 72, Randy, 30, and Kenneth, 55, were among the family members. The siblings were Helen, Clarence, Irana, and Marie. The offspring of Helen were Randy and Kenneth. There wasn't much interaction between this family and the outside world. They kept to themselves, creating a small, close-knit environment. Actually, the only person who ever left the familial circle was Kenneth. He had been employed for 35 years as a milk pasteurizer at the Kraft Inc. cheese factory. The only one who regularly interacted with individuals outside the house was him. Without any friends or acquaintances to mention, everyone else essentially stayed to themselves. Right up until that terrible day, their lives seemed regular despite their solitary lifestyle. On July 5, 1987, Kenneth came home from work anticipating a typical, peaceful morning with his family. However, what he discovered would leave him and the entire town of Athens in shock. Kenneth came inside to discover his whole family dead, ruthlessly killed in their own homes. In the entryway of the entrance, his Aunt Marie lay dead, as though she had attempted to flee but failed. His cousin Randy's death was discovered on the kitchen floor, obviously the result of a brutal struggle. Another aunt, Irene, sat slouched in a chair without moving. The old father of the family, Clarence, was discovered in his bed, seemingly awoken from his slumber. The killers were merciless. They had all been executed by being shot in the head with a .22 caliber gun. The residence was littered with 8 wasted casings and many fired rounds, demonstrating the murderer's ruthless efficiency. Another oddity, however, caught the attention of investigators. Tire impressions found on the property near the garden did not belong to any vehicle believed to be connected to the family. The disappearance of Kenneth's mother, Helen, was possibly the most horrifying revelation of all. There was no sign of her. Was something more nefarious going on? Or had she been taken? The less-than-ideal living conditions of the Kunz family were something the authorities noticed as soon as they arrived and started their inquiry. The house needed urgent repairs because it had seen better days. In addition to lacking many of the contemporary comforts that most people take for granted, the family did not have running water. The only entertainment equipment they had was a VCR and a television. The focal point of their everyday existence was a wood-burning stove, which served as their main source of cooking and warmth. The condition of the house, however, shocked detectives even more. It was so dirty, with rubbish strewn around, that it looked like the house of a hoarder. However, it didn't stop there. The investigators discovered something even worse as they searched further. A plethora of sexual publications and films strewn all throughout the residence. It didn't seem appropriate, particularly in a house that was so chaotic. The officials were more interested in the money they'd discovered in plain sight than in the condition of the house. They discovered about $20,000, 0 cents in cash, scattered about the house, as if it had been left there. Everyone had the same question. Who were the Kunz family in reality, and why was so much money simply lying around? Now, the more investigators delved, the more they learned about the Kunz family's turbulent background. Their past seems to be filled with tragedy and bloodshed. In 1905, it all started with their parents, Anna and Ignatz. They were residing with Mary, Ignatz's mother, at the time. When Anna returned home one day, she discovered something horrifying. Wendell, her brother, had bludgeoned their mother to death in her bed. Wendell was quickly sent to a mental health facility. But the family's troubled past didn't end there. Wendell was not alone in having mental health issues, it turned out. Long before the murder, Ignaz's other brother had already been committed to a mental health facility. The family seems to have a history of mental illness. Since Kenneth was the one who had discovered the bodies, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him as the inquiry proceeded because of his long history of violence and instability, which dated back generations. However, Kenneth had a strong alibi and was soon exonerated. Kenneth struggled to make sense of the horrific situation, but he did his best to describe what had happened to the police, despite his shyness and low IQ. Another odd information was discovered throughout the research. A family member who did not reside with the Kunz family, Jermaine Petcher, stopped by for a picnic on July 4, 1987. What was the connection between the murders and this visit? Could Jermaine have had information that the police needed to hear? Or was it just a family get-together? On that sad night, Kenneth told the police that he had stayed with his family until about 8 o'clock in the evening. He chose to go out and work in the garden after hanging out with them. While the rest of the house settled down for the evening, he remained there until around 10 o'clock at night, silently tilling the soil. Kenneth claimed that after finishing, he decided to wash his car at his job, which was around 3 miles away, rather than going back inside. It seems that he did this frequently. Kenneth claimed that after cleaning his car, he stopped midway between the factory and a neighboring bar to buy some pyrotechnics. He then chose to spend some time there. He decided to spend the night in his automobile instead of immediately returning home. He claimed that he came home at 5 in the morning the following day, only to find himself in a nightmare. Although they had not yet gotten the official time of death from the coroner, the sheriff investigating the case assessed that the killings most likely took place between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that evening. The fact that Randy's automobile was discovered parked close to the garden was one peculiarity. Kenneth asserted that Randy never parked there. Additionally, investigators observed that the enigmatic tire impressions discovered next to the garden were completely different from those of Kenneth's vehicle. The authorities focused on the most apparent mystery, Helen, the missing family member, because they had little evidence to work with, and the residence was providing more confusion than clues. Nobody knew at that time if she had been abducted, fled, or had some other connection. Kenneth was adamant that his mother would never go out alone. When she needed a ride, Randy was always the one to take her because she disliked venturing out on her own. While she ran whatever errands she had, he would wait in the car. Authorities were informed by Helen's sister Jermaine that Helen's behavior on the day of the picnic was the same. She didn't seem apprehensive or suspicious. Jermaine thought Helen would have displayed at least a trace of nervousness if she had been plotting something, but there was none. However, once a couple named Gail and David Weiler came forward with an odd story to tell, the idea that Helen might have been involved in the murders began to gather traction. About 3 weeks prior to the killings, Helen had visited Weiler's hardware store, which they owned, to place an order for a toaster. She also purchased a box of .22 caliber ammunition while she was there. Gail said that Helen was often a gentle, kind person, but that day she was different. She appeared irate, even resentful. She began to gripe about her family, claiming that they spent their days viewing filthy films together. Gail recalled Helen's frustrated tone and the way she clenched her teeth as she spoke. According to Helen, she was purchasing the bullets for Randy in order to allegedly deal with some black birds that were causing them problems on the property at the time. Gail didn't give it much thought. The encounter was a touch strange, to be sure, but nothing that shouted danger. Until the horrific killings became public, Gail had called the police and told them everything by the next Monday. In the end, the police discovered a weapon in the house that was the same caliber as the rounds Helen had bought, but strangely, the barrel was covered in cobwebs, indicating that it had not been used in a while. The local community remained hopeful, despite the numerous unresolved concerns and uncertainty around whether Helen was the perpetrator or a victim. They banded together to organize search parties, made badges and t-shirts featuring her name and face, and supported the search for her. But that hope was replaced by heartache. Helen's body was found approximately 19 miles from the family's residence, 9 months after the killings. In a frozen brook, her remains were discovered. She had been shot in the head, just like the others. As a result of this finding, investigators and the town as a whole were left to deal with an even more sinister mystery. The most terrifying question was whether Helen had been slain in reprisal after being held captive for months. If yes, who did it and why? The Kunz family has always been the subject of odd and unsettling rumors. In addition to being abnormally close, others speculated that the family may have engaged in inappropriate and romantic connections inside their own lineage. The family had been plagued by these allegations for decades, dating back to 1933 when Helen, then 15 years old, fell pregnant with her first child, Kenneth. At the time, Helen alleged that a local farmer called Frank Gums had abused her. She was not universally believed, but Frank was ultimately found guilty and imprisoned. A different version was being spun around town, one that blamed Helen's own brother Clarence rather than an outsider. Because of their extremely close relationship, many people thought Clarence was Kenneth's biological father. Nor was that distrust confined to local rumors. Kenneth acknowledged that he had been repeatedly informed that Clarence was his biological father. There were still more inquiries. Since there was no father indicated on Randy's birth certificate, Kenneth claimed he also felt Clarence might be Randy's father. Ultimately, though, Kenneth acknowledged that he was genuinely unsure of his brothers and his own father, which only served to bolster the already strange and unsettling notions. As if that weren't disturbing enough, it was also said that Helen's son Randy slept in the same room as her. In the meantime, it was said that Marie, Irene, and Clarence slept in the living room. Even more eyebrows were raised, and the rumors in town became louder when it was revealed that Helen had slept so closely with her grown son while the rest of the family was apart. For a long time, Helen's initial accusations of assault were disregarded by many. Investigators speculated that years of rejection, loneliness, and repressed anger may have led to her eventual murder, possibly even a lassie retribution from someone who viewed her as the source of scandal and humiliation. But if you were one of the detectives investigating this strange and disturbing case at the time, would you truly think that Helen, a woman with a tragic past and no criminal record, could have planned the ruthless murder of her entire family? Sincerely, I'd want to hear your thoughts. However, the theories went beyond the complex dynamics of the family. Drugs started to surface as another potential motive. Since there had been a significant drug problem in the region at the time, Randy was instantly suspected. In fact, a witness came forward during subsequent investigations to acknowledge that they had bought drugs from Randy. The notion that the entire tragedy was the product of a botched drug deal became even more scary after that revelation. Additionally, there were indications of physical assault on Randy's body, suggesting that a struggle may have been involved in whatever occurred to him. Police were able to identify a 21-year-old farmer named Chris Jacobs as someone who had previously communicated with the Kunz family, despite their solitary lifestyle. He only knew the Kunz family since he had purchased a car from them. Nevertheless, Jacobs was known for being a robber and a troublemaker in the community. The authorities started focusing on Jacobs since he was one of the few individuals who had any contact with the remaining family members, who had been ruled out as suspects. Investigators persisted despite the fact that the only tangible evidence linking Chris to the location was a tire trace that coincidentally matched his vehicle. He was not at the scene when the murders occurred, and there was no reliable forensic evidence. No fingerprints, no DNA, and no witnesses. Authorities accused him of 5 counts of murder, in spite of the absence of concrete proof. The start of his trial was October 28, 1989. However, the case swiftly started to fall apart in spite of the startling accusations. The evidence was simply insufficient to convict him. Since there was nothing tangible linking Jacobs to the crime scene, the entire case had been based on circumstantial evidence, and he was found not guilty on all 5 counts. That appeared to be the end of the case for a while. Another cold case fading into obscurity. However, something unexpected occurred only 4 years later. Jacobs was charged again just before the statute of limitations was about to run out, this time for Helen's kidnapping and false imprisonment rather than murder. In a fierce defense, Jacobs claimed that the new charges went against his constitutional rights against double jeopardy. which forbids being tried twice for the same offense. He attempted to push his case all the way to the Supreme Court, but they turned it down. On June 8, 1998, his second trial got underway, and it lasted for 2 anxious weeks. This time, the prosecution claimed that Jacobs had abducted Helen, held her hostage for months, killed the entire Coons family, and then killed Helen as well. But in June 1993, Jacobs' ex-girlfriend Stacy Weiss came out with information that put their entire case on the line. Long before any charges were brought, Chris Jacobs made a terrifying confession, according to Stacy Weiss. It happened during what appeared to be a typical trip home from a night of pool league, she told police. Suddenly, Jacobs questioned her how she would feel if he were found to be the one behind the horrific killings of the Coons family. Jacobs allegedly confessed calmly and without regret, stating he wanted to prove to himself that he was a man before she had a chance to even comprehend the question. To feel something, to prove something to himself, no matter how heinous it was his purpose, his motive. Weiss recalled that on July 4, Jacobs informed her he went to the Kuntz family's house and Randy let him in after opening the door. A dispute erupted between them. The cause is unknown, but it got out of hand until Jacobs pulled out a gun and shot Randy. Then, Weiss said, he made the decision to kill everyone in the house except Helen in order to destroy anyone who might be connected to the crime. She wasn't immediately killed for reasons he never gave. Rather, he bound her and took her to a swamp where he finally got rid of her. Even though the facts were horrifying, they were strangely detailed, especially for someone who was lying. Weiss's assertion that Jacobs had previously recounted this similar scenario to the district attorney was even more concerning. Jacobs' confession was allegedly recorded by the DA, who had him sign it and then sealed it in an envelope. Another issue in this already perverse story is whether or not that envelope actually existed. The defense, of course, attacked Weiss's credibility by highlighting her criminal history, including pending robbery accusations in another state. They portrayed her as having a personal goal. They said that she only came out to get a better bargain for herself. In addition, she was given a plea bargain in return for her testimony, to be fair. Regardless of her background, however, the prosecution insisted that her story aligned with important pieces of evidence and filled in the gaps that investigators had been unable to complete for years. Her testimony and the circumstantial evidence that was already in place were sufficient for the jury to find her guilty. Chris Jacobs was convicted after only 4 hours of deliberation, not of murder, but of Helen Kuhn's kidnapping and wrongful imprisonment. Even if it wasn't the 5 murder charges he was initially facing, the prosecution nonetheless won a big battle. Jacobs received a sentence of 31 years in jail, with February 8, 2020 as the mandatory release date. Additionally, he was mandated to remain under extended surveillance till 2029. But when it came time for him to be released, Jacobs disobeyed the conditions of his parole. He refused to appear before a parole officer or sign any documents. Why? Because, in his opinion, doing so would be equivalent to confessing guilt, and he had no intention of doing something he denied. Jacobs decided to spend the rest of his sentence behind prison as a result. Even now, he still insists he is innocent. The case is still officially categorized as unsolved, even though he was found guilty. No solid evidence has ever emerged, and no one has ever been directly connected to the Kuhn's family's murder. However, the residents of Athens, Wisconsin, are still adamant that Jacobs is to blame. A strange and tragic narrative of the Kuhn's family, which is characterized by rumors of incest, exclusion, and generational trauma, is preserved in local mythology. The case was really the subject of a whole book by journalist Crocker Stevenson's Blood Relative, Portraits of a Mass Murder, which delves deeply into the family's past and examines the unsettling ancestry that surrounded them. However, the weird legends that clung to the Kuntz name were too complex for even that book to unravel. This case was rendered even more bizarre by the way the rumors about the family's lifestyle seemed to dominate the actual killings. The question of whether Helen's brother Clarence had fathered her kid Kenneth, and possibly even Randy, preoccupied many more than the identity of the murderers. No one ever verified or refuted the rumors that had been circulating for years. The likelihood that the truth will ever be revealed is further diminished by the fact that Kenneth died in 2001, and there is no documentation of DNA testing. Thus, all that remains is a guy who sits in prison clinging to his innocence, a cold case that still divides a town, and a family whose legacy will always be tarnished by rumors, unsolved questions, and unimaginable tragedy. However, what are your thoughts? Is Chris Jacobs the real murderer, in your opinion? Or was he merely a suitable scapegoat in a case full of secrets and darkness? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In January 2024, a terrifying discovery was made in northern Chile, a vast, dead desert that stretches for hundreds of miles. Human remains were found beneath the sand. The site was close to the city of Calama, a remote, hostile area where the severe weather may prolong a body's life. Partially exposed bones were discovered by chance by a team of scientists examining the region's geological characteristics. The location was disturbing because there was no clothing or personal things that would have instantly identified the deceased, and the grave was shallow. They informed law enforcement of the discovery right away. The scene was visited by a rapid reaction team that included crime scene detectives and forensic experts. Upon further inspection, it became evident that the remains had been purposefully hidden. Someone had made the effort to dig a shallow grave despite the difficult-to-dig ground in this area. Authorities quickly concluded that a lady was the owner of the remains. A violent conclusion was suggested by preliminary forensic analysis. The fact that several of the bones were damaged indicated that the incident that resulted in her death had not happened suddenly. The media swiftly learned of the disturbing revelation. Local news outlets broadcast an urgent report the same evening. Reporters described the remains' discovery and speculated that they might be connected to a long-running missing persons case. On social media, the tale quickly gained traction and sparked heated debate. Many remembered a well-known disappearance that rocked the nation in 2022. Chile is where Javiera Jimenez was born and reared. She was raised in a loving and encouraging familial setting. She grew up with a great sense of duty because she was the oldest daughter. Her parents instilled qualities of drive and independence in their children from a young age by working hard to provide them a nice existence. Javiera soon discovered that she would need to rely on her own tenacity if she were to succeed. She has a reputation for being vivacious and motivated from an early age. She demonstrated a keen interest in academics throughout school, especially physics and math, but she found working with people to be the most fascinating. She was always willing to provide a hand and form connections because she had a natural ability to connect with others. She decided to pursue a career in dentistry as a teenager. Following high school, Javiera went to college to pursue a degree in dentistry. Her goal was to develop into a proficient practitioner and eventually start her own business. She put forth a lot of effort to juggle her academics with a part-time job because she was driven to succeed. She secured a job as a hostess at a pub, where she welcomed patrons and contributed to the friendly ambiance. In addition to giving her a paycheck, this work helped her improve her communication abilities. Javiera was actively expanding her social media following as well. She began by posting brief updates on her everyday activities, but soon a larger audience started to see her work. She worked with regional firms to market apparel, cosmetics, and other goods. Her ability to engage others and her personality helped her blog become well known very quickly. Javiera didn't confine herself to her academics and job. She was committed to being financially independent and spent a lot of time on personal growth. She left her family's house at the age of 18, paying for all of her living expenses on her own. Her early independence and capacity to overcome any obstacle made her loved ones happy. Javiera always found time for her family, even with her hectic schedule. She shared her future aspirations and frequently visited her mother and brothers, with whom she was close. She had no intention of living a life of stagnation. She was constantly trying to get better. She had enormous ambitions before she vanished. She was wanting to advance her social media profession and further her schooling while getting ready to move to a new location. In 2022, Javiera Jimenez met Andres Sutars. A group of common friends introduced them. She often spent time with Soutars. Andrés Soutars initially expressed no worries. He came across as affable, self-assured, and adept at building relationships. He had a good first impression. He seemed genuinely interested in her life and was considerate and attentive. Their discussions quickly turned into a loving partnership. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. He expressed admiration for her independence, supported her, and promoted her goals. But as time passed, alarming symptoms began to appear. Javiera started observing Andrés Soutars overtly. He was suspicious of her work at the bar, monitored her contacts, and often demanded answers on her movements. His actions grew increasingly invasive over time. Even when she told him she was busy, he would still show up without warning. He combed through her phone, asking questions about each new number. His jealousy became more and more irrational. Andrés Soutars didn't like Javier hanging out with friends, particularly when there were guys around. Other troubling information later came to light. Regarding his personal actions, Andrés Soutars was frequently evasive. Despite not having a reliable work, he always appeared to have money. He evaded providing precise answers whenever she inquired about his work. Javier eventually discovered that Andrés Soutars' name had been brought up in some circles associated with illicit activity among a select few friends. There were rumors that he may have been involved in illegal activities. Rumor had it that he might have been involved in copper theft and illegal trafficking. Javiera was cautioned to exercise caution by some acquaintances, but initially she ignored their advice. When Javiera became certain that Andrés Soutars was leading a second life, their relationship took a drastic turn. She didn't want anything to do with illegal activity, and she didn't want to be near people who could endanger her. She eventually decided to break up with him, stating that she didn't see their relationship going forward. Andrés Soutars, however, didn't agree with her choice. He persisted in following her, calling frequently, unexpectedly showing up, and attempting to persuade her to return. Her rejection was not taken seriously by him. He had faith that she would reconsider. Andrés Soutars grew more adamant when Javiera began to avoid him, telling her that he was aware of every detail about her and would not allow her to leave. Javiera was unaware that there would be permanent repercussions from her breakup. For Javiera, August 26, 2022 began as a typical day. Before her impending transfer, she had a get-together with her mother, Gladys Gallegos. They discussed the upcoming changes in Javiera's life while eating lunch in a shopping center. Since her parents were preparing to move, she had been anticipating this new chapter. In order to have more freedom and space, she planned to remain in the family house. Javiera expressed her ideas regarding the future during their talk. She discussed finishing her education, advancing her work, and boosting her salary on social media. She was vivacious and ambitious. Gladys was pleased to see how happy her daughter appeared. When they got home from their excursion, Javier assisted her mother with housework. She was prepared to start this new chapter in her life and had already packed her things for the move. Javier informed her mother she would be spending the night at a friend's house later that night, right before she left. It was not out of the ordinary. She frequently spent time with friends. She and her mother kept texting when she got to her friend's house. As usual, they exchanged ideas and talked about their plans to move. Everything appeared to be typical. However, as midnight drew near, a message arrived that altered everything. Javier was overjoyed when Andrés Soutars texted her, saying, "I found your dog." She had been looking everywhere for her dog Lucky, who had vanished a few days prior. On social media, she had shared the story and promised a reward to anyone who could assist return him home. She had been devastated by the loss of Lucky. Thus, there was a prompt reaction to Andrés Soutars' letter. She never replied after sending her mother a text to inform her that she had reached her friend's house. All phone calls to her were not returned a few hours later. Javiera was expected to come home the following day, but she never did. No one knew where she was, so her family started phoning her friends. She vanished without warning. Her loved ones' last chat with her and the note that would later be a crucial component of the investigation were the only hints they had. Family and friends were extremely concerned about Javiera Jimenez's disappearance, but Andrés Soutars was the only one who didn't seem to care. He responded distantly and without concern when Gladys Gallegos eventually reached him. With composure, he said he had no idea where her daughter was. He then started outlining his account of what had happened. He claimed that he had met up with Javiera that evening in order to assist her in finding her missing dog. Despite driving to multiple areas, they were unable to find anything. He proposed that they visit Calama, the city where he was raised, to help her forget about her problem. Javiera concurred with his version of events. She may have intended to spend the night at his house because she was packing to relocate the following day and had a suitcase with her. His story became more and more erratic from that point on. They got into an argument during their trip, he said. He claimed that Javiera became acutely aware that her suitcase was missing. It was said to have dropped from the trunk. She was upset and demanded that they go back and find it. According to Andres Sutar, he stopped and volunteered to assist in looking for her possessions. Javiera, however, would not return to the vehicle. She simply declared she didn't want to continue the journey and got out. "I left her there because that's what she wanted. I figured she'd find a way to get home," he said. This account of what happened didn't make sense. He didn't try to persuade her to get back in the car after Javiera allegedly found herself stranded on a highway in the middle of the night, far from the city, without a way to call for assistance or transportation. He never even looked to see if she was okay. Gladys knew from once that his tale was strange. Andres Sutaris began contradicting himself as she prodded him for specifics. He first stated that he had dropped her off close to Calama, and then he stated that it was somewhere before returning to Antofagasta. The fact that he was unable to identify the precise spot where this had occurred only increased suspicion. Andres Sutars hesitated before answering Gladys's question about why he hadn't called her or any of Javiera's friends to inform them that he had left her alone at night. "I thought she was just upset and would get home on her own," he answered. But it didn't sound credible. He rewrote his story a few hours later. This time, he stated that he had been in a car accident after departing Javiera. He said he had gone to the hospital to be looked out after his automobile was struck from behind by another motorist. He claimed that this was the reason he never returned to find her. Gladys Gallegos, Javier's mother, received an unexpected message late on Saturday night, over 24 hours after her daughter vanished. It was an odd-sounding call from an unidentified number. "Mom, it's me. I left. There was an accident. I need some time. Don't worry about me. I'll come back once everything is settled. Love you. Take care of Grandma and my brother." Gladys read it repeatedly. There was a strange feeling. The language sounded impersonal and remote. But it was the errors that worried her the most. Her daughter never abbreviated words, never made spelling mistakes, and always wrote with care. Typographical errors and language that didn't sound like her were present in this message. Calling the number that had sent the message was her first inclination. The call was unsuccessful. The telephone had already been switched off. Her concern grew. She contacted Javiera's pals right away and shared the text with them. They all responded in unison. This is something Javiera would never have written. They were familiar with her messaging style, tone, and typical facial expressions. This message didn't feel like her. It was robotic and frigid. Additionally, the content seemed oddly ambiguous. In what location was she? What sort of mishap had occurred? Why hadn't she explained the situation? Instead of calling, why send a brief, mysterious SMS from an unknown number? Gladys immediately rushed to the police. The message was recorded as a probable attempt to deflect suspicion away from a possible crime and mislead the inquiry. The case was promptly given to a task group. Initially, investigators were able to identify the SIM card from which the communication originated. The phone provider attested to the fact that the number had been linked to a fraudulent identity, which is a typical practice when buying anonymous prepaid cards. Law enforcement then made an effort to locate the phone. Although the device had been turned off soon after sending the message, they anticipated being able to locate a broad area. It was located close to Calama, where Andres Sutars had reported last seeing Javiera, according to the last known signal. Subsequent investigations showed that this was the only time the phone had been used for this message. This implied that the text had probably been prepared in advance to deceive her family and give the impression that she had departed on her own volition. Experts also looked at the message's actual substance. It was written by someone who was not familiar with Javiera's usual writing style, According to linguistic analysis, the errors and odd wording were obvious. Her voice wasn't this. This finding turned as the main defense of the message's falsification. Law enforcement was reassured that Javier had not chosen to go missing. Andrés Soutars became the main suspect as detectives began treating the situation as a potential crime. There was no question that foul play was engaged once the police concluded that the communication sent under Javier's name was fraudulent, but the probe proceeded slowly in the absence of hard proof. Andrés Soutars could do as he wanted, because he was merely a suspect in the eyes of the law. Javier's relatives and friends began their own inquiry, after realizing that each day that passed without answers diminished their chances of discovering the truth. They investigated Andrés Soutars' past, talked to those who knew him, and looked for any indications that he had engaged in illegal activity. They soon discovered evidence that connected him to illicit activities. They discovered individuals who said Andrés Soutars had participated in rail copper theft through mutual relationships. He allegedly belonged to a gang that engaged in illegal metal extraction and sales. Reports of his hostile behavior also arose. His short fuse was described by those who knew him. He had been in physical altercations, got into arguments often, and couldn't stand being contradicted. The family's anxieties were only increased by these facts. He was more than capable of committing a significant crime if he had a history of hostility, particularly when he was furious. Javier's friends remembered that she had told them about Andrés Soutars' growing obsession and control. They discovered past texts in which she had complained that he was following her, contacting her several times a day, and requesting to know her whereabouts. The police performed a forensic analysis of Andrés Soutars' vehicle while her family members persisted in their investigation. His car might contain important evidence because he was the last person to see Javiera alive. Investigators discovered blood traces. Stains on the passenger seat and the inside of the door were discovered at initial inspection. Additionally, they found fibers that seemed to be identical to what Javiera had been wearing. DNA analysis was performed on the blood samples. The greatest worries were confirmed by the results a few days later. It was Javiera Jimenez's blood. Andrés Soutars' claim that he had just dropped her off on the highway was totally demolished by this discovery. Why was her blood in his car if she had voluntarily gotten out? Why hadn't he reported her injuries, assuming any had occurred? His car also provided GPS data to the police. According to the analysis, Andrés Soutars had in fact been traveling toward Calama the night before Javier vanished, but he had chosen a secondary road that led into the desert rather than the main one. His vehicle stayed in that isolated location for a long time before moving on. The case changed course as a result of this information. Investigators now thought that this place might have been the scene of a crime or a hiding place for evidence. Andrés Soutars knew he was going to be arrested as soon as he heard the police had obtained the forensic results. His attitude shifted. He no longer communicated with anyone he had previously trusted. He abruptly packed a bag and fled his flat the day before he was supposed to be questioned by the police. He was seen carrying a little rucksack as he left his building and got into a car on surveillance footage. Later, neighbors attested to the fact that he had departed in haste and never came back. A warrant for his arrest was promptly issued by the authorities, but he had already left. Upon more examination, it was discovered that Andrés Soutars had crossed the border using forged documents. He was now considered a fugitive. Although his name was added to a global criminal database, he had escaped detection. All that was left for Javier's family was to wait and continue to seek for justice. One thing they knew for sure was that he would eventually make a mistake, and the law would then catch up with him. The initial efforts by law enforcement to capture Andrés Soutars failed. He was not there when his automobile was discovered abandoned on the outskirts of Antofagasta. It was obvious that he had meticulously prepared his escape route beforehand. His phone records were examined, and it was discovered that he had called a number of people who were already being investigated by the police for possible criminal activity in the hours prior to his disappearance. This supported the idea that he had vanished by using his contacts. Investigators soon verified that Andrés Soutars had escaped Chile by illegally entering Bolivia. He had used less well-known smuggling routes, which are frequently used by traffickers, to get via official checkpoints. He took on a new identity after arriving in a foreign nation. Even though he knew that authorities were constantly looking for him, he was able to remain hidden for months. Javier's loved ones persisted in their investigation despite its difficulties. Gladys Gallegos made sure Andrés Sutars stayed on worldwide wanted lists by persistently working to keep the case in the public glare. The family produced brochures using his picture, raised awareness on social media, and contacted the media. Somewhere, they hoped, someone will recognize him and call the police. However, their announcement of a reward for information leading to his capture proved to be the most successful move. Anyone with reliable information regarding his whereabouts would receive a sizable payment from the family. This strategy was successful. Soon after, in late 2023, the first leads appeared. Andrés Sutars was said to have been seen in a city in Bolivia. He was leading a solitary life, avoiding notice and interacting with locals only seldom. The Bolivian officials used information obtained from informants to start following his whereabouts. They learned that he had been working odd jobs, living under a false identity, and avoiding the use of official documents that would reveal who he really was. However, he had failed to fully vanish. Motivated by the incentive, a local citizen gave police his precise location in January 2024. In order to apprehend him, authorities launched a focused operation right away. The building where Andrés Sutars had been hiding was encircled by police on January 5, 2024, in a city in Bolivia. It was a quick operation. Without resistance, he was immediately placed under arrest. He didn't act aggressively or in terror when he was arrested. He seemed at ease, as though he had already come to terms with his lot. However, there was no way out this time. Officially in jail, Andrés Sutars would soon be brought to court in Chile. Bolivian officials started the extradition process after his capture was confirmed. Andrés Sutars was returned to Chile in a matter of days so that he might finally face justice. At last, Javier's family was able to witness justice being served to the individual who killed their daughter. For them, however, this was just the start of a protracted battle. They were committed to making sure he was given the harshest punishment possible. Andrés Sutars was put in a prison center right away after being extradited to Chile. With the main suspect now in jail, the inquiry moved into a new stage. For almost a year and a half, authorities had a genuine chance to obtain the answers they were looking for. He initially remained silent. He consistently insisted that he had nothing to do with Javier's disappearance, avoiding direct queries. Investigators, however, were ready. His involvement was evident from the evidence they had collected. The pressure increased. He eventually gave up trying to hide the obvious. He added in a chilly, emotionless voice, "I killed her." His confession sounded emotionless, as though it were a factual statement. He made no effort to defend his behavior, and there was no regret. He didn't apologize. He didn't try to play the victim. He continued to speak in an unsettlingly composed tone, as though he were narrating a routine incident. His earlier claims were totally at odds with the information he supplied. He acknowledged that he had not originally wanted to hurt Javiera, but he made a decision he never intended to change after she refused to make amends and ended their relationship permanently. He enticed her in by claiming to have located her misplaced puppy. She agreed to meet because she trusted him and didn't know what was in store for her. He said the crime happened on an empty highway late at night. Under the guise of looking for a missing luggage that had allegedly fallen from the trunk, he stopped. He struck Javiera fatally as soon as she got out of the automobile. In the belief that the severe weather would destroy any traces, he then drove farther into the desert, excavated a shallow grave, and buried her bones. Investigators started looking for the burial place the day after he confessed. Andrés Sutars gave them the coordinates, and they used them to search the region. Human remains were found by officials in mid-January 2024. The location, a shallow grave covered with sand, was closely inspected. The identification process was started by forensic experts, although Javiera's family members were already aware of the facts. Forensic analysis a few days later validated their fears. Javier Jimenez was the owner of the remains. The pursuit of justice was not yet ended, but the search was. Her family called for the perpetrator who did it to have the worst punishment possible. The case was turned over to the court after his confession. The question of his culpability had been resolved. There was no reason to reject his own statements, the proof, or the finding of Javier's body. The court now had to decide how to punish him. The maximum punishment, life in jail without the chance of release, was what Javiere's family sought. They were positive that he was a threat to the community. There was no other meaning of justice for her mother, Gladys Gallegos. She was convinced that Andres Sutars would conduct another crime if he were ever freed. The court was provided with all of the evidence by the prosecution. The premeditation of the crime was proven by experts. The choice to take her to an abandoned place, the false invitation, and the total lack of any effort to assist her all suggested a well-thought-out deed. Any assertion that this had been an accident was refuted by forensic experts who recorded injuries. Nonetheless, the defense made an effort to advocate for a lighter sentence. From a legal perspective, the lawyer contended that his client's voluntary confession and assistance in finding the remains may be regarded as collaboration with the investigation. On the basis of this technicality, they asked for leniency. Javiere's family was infuriated by this dispute. Andres Sutars' confession was clearly not an act of regret, in their opinion. Only after being forced into a corner had he come clean. He wasn't guilty. He was just attempting to shorten his phrase. Several weeks passed throughout the experiment. Gladys watched the process take place at each session. Her unrelenting determination was evident in her eyes, but she never allowed her emotions to control her. The judge allowed her a chance to speak at the last hearing. There was silence in the courtroom. She raised her voice and said, "This man took my daughter from me. He ended her life, buried her in the desert, and then ran away, hoping no one would ever find him. He has not regretted it for a single second. He feels no remorse. If he is ever released, he will do this again. I ask this court to impose the only sentence he deserves: life in prison. I'm not asking for revenge. I am demanding justice." Before the court adjourned to render a decision, her remarks served as the last argument. The judge came back a few hours later and read the ruling. Andres Sutars was convicted of Javier Jimenez's premeditated crime. The court condemned him to life in jail without the possibility of parole in light of the seriousness of the deed and his attempt to elude punishment. Silent applause erupted in the courtroom as she embraced her loved ones. Gladys Gallegos started crying. This marked the conclusion of a protracted battle, but her suffering continued. At least justice had been done, even though her daughter would never come back. Andres Sutars would now be in prison for the remainder of his life, which is precisely where he should be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Okay guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. When an adult suddenly goes silent, police don't always act right away. It's even less urgent when the person is abroad, living alone, and seems to have chosen a quiet life away from everything. That's exactly what happened to Anna Knizovic. Anna was an American citizen who had recently moved to Madrid, Spain. After 13 years of marriage, she needed a break, a moment to breathe, to reset, and to find herself again. She was in the middle of finalizing a divorce and using her time in Spain to reflect, heal, and plan for what came next. She stayed in touch with friends and family regularly. But on February 2, 2024, she made her last known phone call. From the next day, strange messages started coming from her phone, messages that didn't sound like her at all. One of Anna's close friends immediately sensed something was off. The tone was wrong. The way the words were written didn't match Anna's usual style. Something felt deeply, instinctively wrong. And that's when the alarm was raised. Anna Knizovic was born around 1983 in Montenegro, raised in a household shaped by traditional Balkan values. Her upbringing emphasized discipline, respect, and education. From a young age, Anna stood out, organized, responsible, and fiercely independent. These traits stayed with her for life. Eventually, Anna moved to the United States, where she became a U.S. citizen. She adapted quickly, learned English fluently, and began building a new life, one rooted in self-growth and quiet resilience. She wasn't one to seek attention. Her life was structured, modest, and focused on progress. In the early 2000s, Anna met David Knizovic in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their connection was quick and intense. They moved in together, married, and over time their relationship became more than just personal. It grew into a shared life and eventually a shared business. But behind the scenes, cracks had already started forming. What happened next would spark an international mystery and a search for answers that has yet to end. They also became business partners together. They founded a company that specialized in tech support and IT solutions. David handled the technical side, while Anna, according to those who knew them, managed organization and long-term planning. Later on, the couple began investing in real estate, purchasing properties across Florida. Outwardly, their relationship appeared solid, stable business, a home, and a settled lifestyle. They gave the impression of a couple confidently working toward financial independence. However, beneath the surface, tensions were brewing. Friends and acquaintances were unaware of the mounting problems in their marriage. Over time, serious issues emerged, ranging from financial disagreements to deeper personal conflicts. By 2023, Anna and Davide Nazevich's marriage had reached a point of no return. According to those close to them, they were in the middle of a separation, and dividing their assets had become the central issue at stake. Both their tech business holdings and multiple real estate property. Although the divorce hadn't been officially finalized, both sides were already preparing for it. Negotiations were underway. Disputes had begun to surface, and tensions were clearly escalating. Some acquaintances believed the situation was made even more difficult by the fact that it wasn't just an emotional split. It involved significant financial interests. Amid the intensifying conflict, Anna decided to leave the U.S. temporarily in December 2023. She moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She said this move was necessary to distance herself from the pressure, gain clarity, and peacefully close this painful chapter in her life. She emphasized multiple times that she wasn't looking for a new relationship or distractions. She just wanted to find her balance again. Once in Spain, Anna settled into her new home, began therapy, kept in close touch with friends, and even started planning short trips around Europe. Madrid wasn't an escape. It was a way to step back from a growing conflict that had become overwhelming back in Florida. But just a few weeks into this new life, something happened that brought her independent chapter to an abrupt and troubling halt. After relocating to Madrid, Anna kept in close contact with her longtime friend, S.A., who lived in Florida. They spoke daily despite the time difference. The two had been close for years, often traveling together. S.A. was someone Anna trusted deeply. She regularly shared her thoughts, feelings, and details of her day-to-day life. Their text exchanges showed that Anna was open and communicative about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two of them traveled to Austria. After returning, they made plans to reunite again in Madrid. Sana was scheduled to fly there on February 8. Before that, on February 5, Anna had planned a short trip to Barcelona with another friend. Tickets were already booked. This wasn't just a getaway. Anna and her friend planned to attend a conference there. She had discussed the itinerary in advance and spoke enthusiastically about the upcoming trip. On the evening of February 2, Anna had a phone call with Sana. It was around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Anna said she planned to stay home that night. She had no intention of going out. She sounded calm and talked about her day, simple things like errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m. That's the last confirmed time Anna was known to be alive and in contact with anyone. The next morning, on February 3, Saul received an unusual text from Anna's number. It read, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're going there. Signal might be weak. I'll call you when I get back. Later." Another message followed. "After my therapy session yesterday, I went for a walk. He approached me on the street. We instantly connected. I've never felt anything like this. Beat Sana." The messages didn't feel right. She knew Anna well. She was cautious by nature and would never leave town with a stranger without giving someone a heads up. Sana replied right away, but no further messages came. Repeated calls went unanswered. At first, Saw tried to convince herself that Anna might really be in an area with poor signal, but as time passed, her concern turned into growing alarm. That same day, another friend of Anna's received similar messages. This friend communicated with her in Spanish, but the wording of the texts felt off. They were written in a flat tone, filled with phrases that didn't reflect Anna's usual voice. The oddest part was the dialect, something distinctly uncharacteristic of Anna. According to Anna's brother, the text seemed like it had originally been written in another language and then run through an automatic translator. That theory made sense. The message read awkwardly and came across as strangely formal, which deeply unsettled him. Both recipients, S.A. and the Spanish-speaking friend, quickly realized that Anna had not written those messages herself. They compared them to past conversations and noticed the difference. Immediately, Anna's real texts were lively, filled with her unique expressions, none of which appeared here. And beyond the style, the story in the messages didn't line up at all with her recent behavior. The following day, Sana began trying every possible way to reach Anna. She contacted mutual friends, used apps to attempt location tracking, and even called hospitals. Nothing worked. Anna's phone remained on, but she never picked up. After receiving the troubling messages from Anna Knezevich's phone, Sa reached out to the Madrid police right away. She explained that this was completely out of character for her friend. Communication had suddenly stopped, and the texts were in a tone Anna would never use. But local authorities didn't take any immediate action. From their perspective, Anna was an adult woman who had every right to make her own choices, including leaving town without informing others. Officially, her disappearance wasn't considered suspicious. Police said they couldn't launch an investigation without proof that Anna was missing against her will. The strange texts and her silence weren't, in their view, enough. The only concrete marker they were willing to acknowledge was February 5th. Anna had tickets to travel to Barcelona. Authorities stated that if she failed to show up at the station or make contact by then, her absence would be treated as a formal missing persons case. This decision meant that for 3 days after Anna stopped responding, no significant action was taken. Police did not access her phone records, check her apartment, or review any recent movements. During that time, Anna's friends did everything they could on their own, calling her, repeatedly texting, and reaching out to contacts in Madrid. All efforts failed. Appeals to law enforcement were also ineffective. The situation continued to be viewed as a private matter. On February 5, Anna failed to show up at the train station. None of her phones were responding. Only then did the authorities officially declare her a missing person. That same day, a request was submitted to the court for a warrant to access her apartment and phone records, but the request hit a legal roadblock. The judge denied it, citing the absence of any visible signs of a crime at the property. There were no indications of forced entry, loud disturbances, or evidence of aggressive behavior. Legally, there was no justification to authorize a search or access her private data. Days later, when law enforcement finally entered Anna's apartment, they discovered the door was locked. From the outside, inside, everything appeared untouched. Her belongings were neatly in place. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing of value was missing. Yet her absence in an undisturbed home raised serious concerns. It suggested that either she left voluntarily and never returned, or someone led her out without any sign of forced entry. Anna's brother Philip maintained close contact with Spanish authorities, but noted that international coordination was complicated. He told reporters that investigators in Madrid didn't speak English fluently, and that U.S. officials hadn't yet provided substantial support. He also voiced concern about the lack of communication between Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate, even though this involved a U.S. citizen disappearing under mysterious circumstances on foreign soil. The first few days following Anna's disappearance were critically mishandled. This was a crucial window when fresh evidence could have been collected, neighbors interviewed, and phone pings or camera footage reviewed, but instead, precious time was lost waiting. The assumption that Anna had left voluntarily stalled any swift response, delays that may have altered the direction of the investigation. On the 4th day after Anna Knezević vanished, staff at her residential complex gave police information that changed the entire course of the case. It concerned events from the night of February 2, the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled. This happened around 9:30 p.m., about 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When reviewing the recordings, security personnel noticed the camera lenses had been deliberately obscured. Footage captured an individual dressed in dark clothing and wearing a motorcycle helmet. He approached the outdoor cameras and intentionally sprayed them with paint, directly covering the lenses. He then waited outside until someone exited the building, allowing him to slip inside. Once inside, he did the same to the elevator area camera, spraying paint over the lens. Evidence indicated this was a calculated move. The individual clearly knew where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly and without drawing attention. The building's staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. Copies of the footage were handed over to Spanish investigators. It became the first visual evidence suggesting outside interference may have occurred. However, due to the helmet and dark outfit, identifying the person on video was impossible. His face was fully covered, and his body type didn't provide enough information for a clear identification. Still, forensic experts noted several key details. The person's eyes, a portion of the forehead, and the brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believed the individual had planned this carefully. He brought spray paint and wore gear designed to avoid leaving behind any trace. His appearance on camera aligned precisely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance, deepening suspicions. The fact that the building's surveillance system was targeted and that specific cameras were disabled suggested the individual knew the layout of the premises. It ruled out the possibility of a random act. This wasn't impulsive. It was organized, deliberate, and deeply concerning. Further analysis revealed that the exterior camera had been spray painted in about 30 seconds. The interior one was disabled even faster. Every move was deliberate and confident. At no point did the individual hesitate or look around. This led investigators to believe he knew in advance how long it would take and acted with precision. A few days later, a staff member from the building confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving the premises. He used the opportunity to slip inside, indicating he didn't have authorized access, no keycard, no entry code, which meant he wasn't listed as a resident. His path was direct, from the entrance straight to the camera near the elevator, with no stops or detours. The footage drew immediate attention, not just from law enforcement but from Anna's friends as well. Sana, who had by then arrived in Madrid, shared the video with journalists. That marked the start of the case gaining public attention. Media outlets began speculating that the man in the helmet could be directly connected to Anna's disappearance, yet his identity and motive remained a mystery. After an image from the surveillance footage was released, the FBI launched its own analysis. They explained that even low-resolution footage could be broken down to match visual fragments with their databases. They focused on key facial features still visible despite the helmet, particularly the shape of the eyes, the space between the brows, the brow ridges, and upper face structure. These areas can remain identifiable even with partial concealment. Public interest in the footage grew stronger when it emerged that the paint used to disable the cameras matched a specific brand, one that would later reappear in other parts of the investigation. This detail was not immediately released, but investigators noted that the spray can in question matched both the type and packaging seen in surveillance video from a store. At that store, security footage captured a man who resembled the figure from Anna's building buying the same kind of spray can. After Anna stopped responding to messages and calls, her friend Sana contacted Anna's husband, David Nazevovich. That conversation happened on February 4. According to SA, David was in Florida at the time. She suggested they traveled together to Madrid to help search for Anna. David agreed and even discussed a specific flight from Miami for the next day, but when the time came, he didn't show up. Later, he said he was in Serbia. That twist left Anna's friends puzzled. David knew that his wife had vanished under suspicious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the means to fly to Spain, but instead, he traveled to Serbia. His decision seemed difficult to explain. Rather than helping with the search, he went to a third country where his relatives lived. Naturally, questions followed. Why didn't he go to the place where his wife had disappeared? Why didn't he take part in the search personally? Sana became increasingly uneasy with David's behavior. She noted that while he wasn't outwardly dismissive, his reactions felt cold. His actions contradicted common sense. Despite the urgency of the first few days, he made no effort to come to Madrid. According to him, there was nothing he could do in Spain. He didn't speak Spanish, didn't have housing there, and wasn't familiar with the city. His lawyer echoed the same reasoning, telling reporters that traveling to a country with no local contacts would be ineffective. He added that David was concerned about Anna's disappearance, but didn't believe his physical presence would help. Following Anna's disappearance, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The attorney stated that his client had been in touch with the FBI and had provided all necessary information, including credit card records and attempts to obtain legal help in Spain. However, none of these efforts included any in-person involvement in the actual search. Despite sharing some data, David kept a noticeable distance and refrained from making any public statements. Additional questions arose after Florida police confirmed that David had reported a theft in January. According to him, $5,000 0 cents in cash and personal belongings had been stolen from his vehicle. He said the car door had been left unlocked, and in the morning he discovered the passenger door ajar. Security cameras near his home didn't capture the incident. Officers were unable to identify any suspects at the time. No connection was made to Anna's case. But in light of everything else, the report appeared unusual and hard to fully understand. David's trip to Serbia also sparked major controversy. He claimed he had left the U.S. before Anna disappeared and had been abroad the entire time. However, Sana recounted a phone call with him on February 4 during which he told her he was in Florida. This implied that his flight to Serbia may have happened after that conversation. At the time, there was no official confirmation from border control authorities. David's attorney presented his passport as proof that he had left earlier, but these discrepancies raised doubts and increased suspicion about his involvement. The situation was further complicated by a property dispute that had escalated months before Anna vanished. With the looming division of shared assets, suspicions seemed plausible. It wasn't just a typical divorce, but one involving significant finances and joint holdings. Anna's friends emphasized that the couple's relationship had turned adversarial. David and his attorney, however, denied that, insisting the divorce was amicable and that the two had simply grown apart. Formally, David had not been charged at that time, and he remained outside the U.S. But his absence from the scene, refusal to participate in the search, and inconsistencies in his story became key points for investigators. While David maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial details drew the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David Nazevich at Miami International Airport. He had just arrived on an international flight when he was taken into custody by members of the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without incident. This marked the first official move directly linking him to the case of Anna Kazevich's disappearance. He was charged with involvement in the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country. The arrest was based on a chain of indirect but connected evidence gathered through a multinational investigation. One of the core elements was surveillance footage obtained by investigators in Spain and Serbia at a store near Anna's apartment in Madrid. Cameras had recorded a man resembling David purchasing a can of spray paint and a roll of duct tape. According to forensic analysis, the paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building. The distinctive label design and paint color matched. Investigators considered this a sign of premeditation. In addition to the video footage, authorities traced a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data revealed the vehicle had crossed into Spain, followed a route through Madrid, and then continued through northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this journey led investigators to suspect that Anna's body might have been transported in that car. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy drew particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that point, no remains had been found, but the transportation theory remained central. Another significant clue came from elevator footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released video showing a man whose build matched David's exiting the elevator with a large suitcase. This occurred the same night Anna disappeared. While the man's face was not visible, the timing and circumstances aligned with other parts of the investigation. Authorities believed the suitcase may have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. The rental car David had picked up in Serbia was eventually returned to the agency. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the vehicle's mileage had increased by over 3,000 miles. Additionally, the car had been modified, tinted windows were installed, which had not been part of the original rental agreement. These alterations raised red flags. Investigators also uncovered that the vehicle had been operating with false license plates during the period it was suspected to have been used for cross-bedroom travel. Spanish police had recorded a sighting of a similar car near the area where Anna went missing, but they were unable to identify the driver due to the darkened windows and fake tags. The FBI later connected all of these details: the purchase of materials, interference with surveillance systems, the travel route, the elevator video showing a suitcase, and the car modification. According to their report, the totality of the evidence pointed to a coordinated plan to carry out a criminal act and cover it up. The official statement described it as the abduction of a U.S. citizen that occurred abroad and involved a U.S. national. Despite the absence of a body, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to warrant an arrest. David was taken into custody without incident and transferred to a federal detention center in South Florida. His attorneys stated that he had cooperated with investigators, voluntarily provided information, and had no intention of fleeing. However, prosecutors argued that the volume of circumstantial evidence and the overall context of the case posed a significant flight risk. The arrest marked a turning point in the investigation. Until that moment, David had remained outside the reach of investigators and had avoided speaking publicly. Now he was at the center of a federal case. The next step was determining whether he would remain in custody pending trial. Following David Nizevich's arrest in Miami, his first court appearance focused on whether he could be released on bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight. The ruling emphasized that in the court's view, the acts surrounding Anna Nizevich's disappearance had been carefully calculated and executed. The judge specifically noted the level of planning and sophistication as grounds for continued detention. David's legal team filed an appeal, arguing their client was not a danger and had no intent to evade justice. They offered a significant bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense pointed to his long-term residence in the U.S., clean record, and willingness to cooperate. Still, the court refused, citing the same concerns, risk of fleeing, and the seriousness of the charges. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain at the time of Anna's disappearance. His lawyer presented passport stamps and international travel data to support the claim that he had arrived in Serbia well before February 2. According to this narrative, David was physically incapable of being in Madrid when the alleged crime occurred. The attorney also stressed that David didn't speak Spanish, had no residence or connections in Spain, and therefore would have had difficulty preparing such an act. Prosecutors strongly disagreed. They argued that the evidence pointed to a meticulously planned offense. They highlighted the fact that David's travels across Europe aligned closely with the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The case included data from the rental car's route, the purchase of specific items, and other actions that suggested premeditation. While there was no direct evidence, the prosecution maintained that the weight of circumstantial proof indicated his involvement. To support the prosecution's case, the court was presented with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and behavioral analysis of the suspect. It was emphasized that certain actions taken by David Nizevich couldn't have been coincidental. The judge noted that the prosecution had assembled an impressive network of circumstantial evidence that formed a compelling narrative. While Anna's body had not yet been located, the case material suggested that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated a specific individual. In response to the defense's argument that the evidence was insufficient, the judge reminded both parties that the standard for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather preponderance of the evidence. This means the court doesn't require definitive proof of guilt, only a high probability of risk, such as flight or interference with the investigation. With that in mind, the court decided to keep Nizevich in custody. His legal team announced plans to appeal the bail denial. A formal complaint was filed with the district court, which has the authority to review lower court rulings. As the primary trial approached, David Nizevich remained in federal custody. The proceedings were expected to be extensive. involving expert testimony and international cooperation, and were likely to attract widespread media attention. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to a woman who, according to the FBI, may have helped craft the suspicious text messages that appeared to come from Anna on February 3. The woman, who is fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David through a dating app. The texts sent from Anna's phone were written in Spanish in a style uncharacteristic of her. Her close friends immediately noted that the wording resembled a machine translation. This theory was later supported by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense continued to argue that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys pointed out that no one had seen him at Anna's apartment, and that there was no proof of contact between them on the day she disappeared. They also questioned the reliability of the surveillance footage showing a man with a suitcase, arguing that the figure could be someone else, and that partial physical resemblance was not definitive. Furthermore, they stressed that there had been no official confirmation of Anna's death through forensic evidence. In April 2025, news broke that David Knezovich, the man charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife Anna Knezovich, had been found deceased in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. According to his attorneys, he had taken his own life. No note was found at the time of his death. Knezovich was being held without bail, awaiting trial. After the news, Anna's family expressed deep sorrow and frustration. The trial never happened, and Anna's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took to the grave the answers to what truly happened the night she vanished. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Relationship termination nearly invariably results in emotional distress and scars that take time to heal. Individuals respond to such circumstances in different ways. While some choose to stay friends, others would rather never see or talk to one another again in order to prevent revisiting old scars. Nevertheless, there are situations in which ex-lovers are no longer together but are also unable to fully split up because of a common characteristic that is difficult to end fast. Unpredictable results may result when ex-lovers begin new relationships while still in each other's company and continue to communicate. Though it seemed like a fairy tale, the saga of Ildiko Krajniak, a prosperous businessman and owner of a posh spa salon in California, ended tragically and suddenly. At first, there were hints of an accident, an assault, or rival schemes, but the reality was much more sinister. The successful and gorgeous woman suffered a terrible fate at the hands of Ildiko Krajniak, whom she formerly loved and trusted deeply. Early life. On June 8, 1969, a girl named Ildiko Krajniak was born in the northern Hungarian city of Miskolc. She was the youngest of two children in a middle-class household. In the 1980 Ses Juliana, her mother, retrained in the increasingly popular field of aesthetic medicine after working as a nurse in the Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. She then launched her own clinic. Laszlo Krajniak, the family patriarch, worked as a common laborer at a nearby factory for the most of his life in an effort to support his family. From early childhood, Ildiko was only a few years older than her older brother, who was named after their father. The siblings were almost inseparable and had a good relationship. Her brother, who followed in their father's footsteps, earned an engineering degree and spent some time working at the same machine building facility before launching a small business of his own in their hometown. Ildiko, who had always been artistic and creative by nature, felt limited in both Miskolc and traditional Hungary. She had aspirations of exploring the globe, seeing different cities and nations, starting her own company, becoming successful and well-known, and escaping the routine in which her family lived. Following in her mother's footsteps, young Krajniak attended a medical college after graduating and subsequently earned a license to practice aesthetics and cosmetology. Her goal was to become a real star in her field and accomplish more. When she was barely 20 years old, she had her first success. The aspiring expert expertly developed her career on her own, creating a strategy and business plan. Her clientele grew rapidly, and she began to make a respectable living by the standards of her city. Ildiko was always learning and developing her talents. keeping abreast of the most recent advancements in medicine, cosmetology, aesthetics, and the beauty business in general. But she knew that as a specialist, she would soon hit their ceiling, and that her opportunities at home were limited. She would have to look for a place that gave her more opportunities to reach her full potential in order to proceed. The driven young Krayak made the decision to move to the USA after graduating with a bachelor's degree in medical aesthetics. This young lady had admirable goals, but few thought she would actually make such drastic adjustments because Ildiko was so close to her family and didn't appear likely to ever leave them. But in the summer of 1992, just after turning 23, Ildiko made the decision to follow her lifetime ambition and relocated to the United States of America in pursuit of the American dream. The resolute Hungarian took the chance and gambled everything. It was a desire to totally transform her life, not merely a move. She collected all her savings, purchased a one-way ticket, and left for a different continent. She didn't have any friends, family, or acquaintances there. She stepped into the unknown, despite the fact that no one was waiting for her and that she hardly knew any English. Her parents were conflicted about their daughter's choice, but since she was an adult and capable of making such important choices on her own, no one attempted to stop her. Her family, however, was rather worried about how her life would turn out in a strange country. Ildiko made the decision to go directly to sunny California, where she intended to study the language and hunt for work. Put down roots, so to speak. She had lived in strict, prim, and frigid Hungary, so the move was a true cultural shock. In fact, America appeared to be a land of fairy tales and unrealized hopes. Since she still needed to find a work, which was difficult without understanding the language, the young woman first tried to conserve money by staying at a cheap hostel. But shortly she was fortunate enough to get employed at one of the neighborhood beauty shops as a master stylist's assistant. She was able to meet her basic needs and rent a respectable apartment thanks to the pay. But Krayak had to become fluent in the language and get the necessary U.S. medical license in order to work in the cosmetology and aesthetic medicine fields. Ildiko had no friends or acquaintances, therefore she was forced to rely only on her own power. She put in a lot of effort, spending all of her leisure time learning English and honing her communication abilities. Her diligence and tenacity soon paid off. She earned a license to work as a leading specialist in cosmetology after passing the necessary tests. A few years after relocating, Ildiko rose to the position of chief expert at a spa in a 5-star hotel that was frequented by celebrities and show industry stars. People booked her months in advance because she was known as the best cosmetologist in town. She also continuously improved her credentials and educated herself as a professional. She went to conferences and exhibitions around the world, possessed a thorough awareness of the ingredients in cosmetics and treatments, and was able to assist clients in resolving nearly any aesthetic skin concern. The young woman had exceptional diplomatic skills in addition to her professional abilities. She swiftly built ties with business partners, had a natural business sense, and cultivated influential friends and helpful contacts with ease. Unsatisfied with constantly working for other people, Krayak had aspirations of starting her own salon, which she believed would be the greatest in the city and the entire state of California. The young Hungarian was the most sought-after specialist at the facility where she worked by the mid-1990s. Following their initial treatment visit, clients attempted to schedule appointments exclusively with this cosmetologist. Ildiko was already aware that even if she moved jobs, the clientele she had developed would remain. The spa complex's management was aware of this as well, so they made every effort to keep the experts by providing the best possible working and family environments. Due to her openness, friendliness, sociability, and beauty, Krayak naturally attracted a lot of male attention and had a large following. However, she prioritized learning the language, developing professionally, and advancing her job during her first few years in the U.S., putting her personal life on the back burner, possibly as the 5th priority. She met Ramilo Vestal, a young guy of Asian descent who had come to America as a kid with his family, in 1995. He was employed as a physician at a nearby hospital after pursuing a medical degree. Romantic feelings immediately grew between the couple as they were able to communicate with each other. Only their closest friends and family were present at their little wedding, which took place in the spring of 1996, a year after they first met. The couple's only child, a son they called Keanu, was born 2 years later. The new parents spent all of their leisure time with family since they loved their child. Everyone who knew them observed how well they complemented one another and how joyful they exuded, and their house was a place of love and understanding. They traveled together in the mid-1990s, and Ildiko persuaded her cousin to follow suit, relocating to the U.S. with her spouse and kids. The family moved close to her house. Their families became great friends, they visited one another frequently, and they corresponded frequently. Kreniak's father died in 2000 following a protracted illness, which was a devastating loss to the family. By then, their mother, Juliana, was living alone in the family house, depressed, while her older brother Laszlo was already married, had children, and lived in a different city. She also started exhibiting dementia symptoms, which made it dangerous to leave her alone. To ensure that her mother wouldn't feel alone and could live out her last years with family, Ildiko made the decision to move her to California. Moving to America was a difficult transition for Juliana as well, but her daughters supported and loved her at this time. In addition, the grandma was ecstatic about the opportunity to show off her kid. In 2002, Kreniak made the decision to create her own salon based on Keanu, whom she had previously only seen in pictures. By then, with the help of her loved ones, she had amassed a sizable clientele, acquired business expertise, and amassed enough money. The young lady was willing to take a big chance. Ildiko opened her spa in Aliso Viejo, California, which is in southern Orange County's San Joaquin Hills. Magyar Cosmetica, which means Hungarian cosmetics, is the name she gave it. Her restaurant quickly received a 5-star rating, and word of its success quickly traveled across the state. Ildiko exclusively employed high-end cosmetics, treatments, and tools in her work. She took tremendous delight in her status as one of the top cosmetologists. The woman had picked a great spot for her salon and had built and run her business with finesse. Her business was situated in a Southern California commercial district, around 70 miles from Los Angeles and 10 miles from the well-known Laguna Beach. The cosmetologist built her business successfully for many years, and her income increased steadily. She and her spouse moved in with their kid and Kreniak's mother in a lavish, spacious home they had purchased by the late 2000s. The woman had domestic help and her own driver, was able to live the life she had always imagined and afford anything she wanted. It's also important to remember that Ildiko was a live billboard for her salon. She never seemed to age and always looked beautiful. She also earned an international medical certificate, continued to improve her credentials, and was able to practice in almost any nation. As time went on, the cosmetologist also started teaching seminars and courses for industry professionals. Kreniak worked at her favorite job for many years, always trying to be the greatest. In order to remain competitive, she conducted market research, created advertising campaigns, identified trustworthy suppliers, and created business plans. Despite all of this, she continued to see clients in person who came to her for help with her only child, whom she loved. The woman covered the cost of language classes, music lessons from the greatest professors, and schooling at a prestigious private school. She had first-hand knowledge of the value of learning multiple foreign languages and their potential applications in daily life. Keanu enrolled in a prominent university in 2016 and traveled to Washington for his studies. Crisis and the final vacation. Ildiko had a particularly difficult start to 2017, when the business center where her spa salon had been located for more than 15 years abruptly changed hands. Tenant leases were soon terminated, once the new owner made it apparent that he had his own ambitions for the building. In a prestigious region, Ildiko had to find a new place to move Kreniak right away because he was unprepared for this change of events. It was a significant source of stress. After suffering enormous losses, she looked for a suitable location near the old one. Moving from the opulent business center to a 2-story commercial structure that took up half of the first floor, she remained in Aliso Viejo. Because it involved moving a lot of pricey equipment that needed to be handled carefully, the move itself also came with a high cost. Before the new facility could open for business in March 2018, it also required some minor cosmetic renovations. A stressed-out and exhausted Ildiko made the decision to take a brief vacation after the major construction was over and the spa salon reopened at the new location. She took a plane to Portugal, where she spent 2 weeks lounging at a well-known beach resort under the warm sun. She appeared to have overcome the challenges and was eager to make up for lost time. Laszlo took a plane to California a month later to see his mother and sister. They spent time together, communicated effectively, and even surprised Keanu at university on May 5 with a family trip to Washington. Ildiko took a plane to their home country of Hungary with her brother. Ildiko chose to combine a work trip with a visit to relatives she hadn't seen in a while. While the man was heading back home to be with his family, she was excited to apply the cutting-edge therapies she brought back home, which had beautiful, revitalizing results. Sadly, the salon where she had poured her soul was demolished less than a week later, and on May 15, 2018, she was discovered dead from an accident, an attack, or a planned crime. Several reports of a strong explosion were sent to the emergency services at around 1 in the afternoon, and a fire at the business complex where Ildiko's spa salon is located. A few streets away, the bomb was heard, and terrified individuals thought it might have been an attack, worrying it was the first in a series. When parents learned of what had happened, they hurried to the daycare across the street from the demolished building to make sure their kids were safe. Several police patrols, fire engines, and ambulances were sent to the location right away. The structure itself suffered some damage. The interior was engulfed in flames, and bricks, glass, and pieces of roofing covered the roadway. It was unknown at the time how many individuals were inside when the explosion occurred, and if anyone had been killed or injured. A loud blast and acrid smoke were observed by witnesses, and they swiftly spread along the roadway, setting off nearby car alarms. The image grew more horrifying as rescuers approached the explosion's epicenter. Inside and behind the rubble and shattered furniture, there was blood everywhere. Later, 2 injured individuals were located. They turned out to be a mother and daughter who had visited the spa for treatments. The women suffered serious burns, shard lacerations, and concussions on that awful day. Thankfully, both were spared, although the blast wave rendered them unconscious. The most horrific finding awaited the rescuers behind the former reception desk: deformed and horribly burned human remains. A number of additional staff members and customers were brought to the hospital after suffering minor injuries and smoke inhalation. Although identification was not feasible right enough, it was quickly determined that the person in the epicenter was Ildiko Kradiak, a 48-year-old spa proprietor. Since there was no guarantee that another explosion would not happen, bomb disposal troops were there. It was challenging to identify what had exploded and what had produced such a catastrophic blast right from the start. Since there was a particular place of explosion, the original explanation of a gas leak and electrical short was promptly discarded. Although no more explosive devices were discovered in this or nearby buildings, the likelihood of a terrorist act was looked into. The idea of a well-thought-out crime against Ildiko was another really credible argument. The dead was a generous, honest, and charitable individual who was always ready to lend a hand to others. She was a prosperous businesswoman, though, and had a lot of jealous competitors who would have wished to completely destroy her. Every theory had to be verified, but first, the surviving witnesses and the victim's friends and family had to be interviewed. Meanwhile, a woman named Lori Stone called in an emergency because she was unable to get through to her boyfriend, Stephen Bill. He was a co-founder of the spa salon and may have been inside the building when the explosion occurred, she said. Eyewitness reports: the surviving mother and daughter were in critical care after suffering severe injuries and undergoing an emergency operation. They consented to talk to police authorities and describe everything that transpired that day as soon as their condition somewhat improved. The women were receiving care at the spa salon in Kreniak. Previously, they headed to the reception counter to pay for their cosmetic services. Everything was going according to plan because they had been there previously and knew the owner well. Ildiko was at the desk at the time and frequently handled the responsibilities of the receptionist herself. There was a big parcel on the desk in front of her, and she was going through the mail. She collected the money, gave the customers their receipts, and then, carrying on the lighthearted discussion, grabbed a box cutter and started to open the box itself. Then there was a sudden, strong explosion, and the rest of the time seemed to be a blur. The daughter claims that after seeing a bright flash and a thunderous blast, she felt a rush of heat and realized she was in midair. In actuality, the blast wave threw her, but she miraculously survived, found her mother in the midst of the confusion, and pulled her to a wall that had been demolished so she could breathe. She then passed out and awoke in the hospital. After talking to the victims, it became clear that the explosive device had been disguised as a regular parcel and that this was a deliberate act. Finding a group of suspects and figuring out who might not only want the woman dead but actually carry it out were the following stages. Nor was it obvious if Ildiko was the only target, or if Stephen Bill, her 59-year-old business partner, was also in grave danger. Police were sent to the man's house right away. Bill had just gotten back. He received a stack of goods at his door after earning money on a business trip. Bomb disposal specialists assessed all the boxes once he was evacuated to a safe distance, but they just contained store orders, and no explosives were discovered. When questioned, Stephen seemed stunned to learn of Krajic's passing and was unable to identify any former spouses who might have wanted her to suffer harm. Ramio Vestal, the deceased's spouse, showed up on the scene. He was completely distraught after learning of the incident, even though he had believed until the very end that his wife may have lived. But there was also the need to interrogate him. Only a handful of the Krashnia family were aware of this extremely odd detail at this stage. As it turned out, Ildiko and Ramio were no longer a couple in the traditional meaning of the word. They still resided in their spacious, opulent, shared home. Although they had remained friendly and had not filed for divorce, in recent years they had reduced themselves to just neighbors, each with their own private life. They were willing to let go entirely if either of them found true love, and had no jealousy toward one another. The cops found this situation to be odd and quite suspicious. Ramilo, who was still his wife's legal spouse, would inherit the house, all of the property, and the lucrative business in the event of his wife's passing. This final factor, however, supported the man's innocence. Why would he ruin their family business partners and ex-lover's primary source of income? The spa salon. It was determined that the deceased had dated at least 5 different males in the previous 2 years. 2 identities caught the investigators' attention in particular, although the majority were passing curiosities. According to a close friend of Krajiak, the woman had been dating a man named Nicholas for a few months and was very attracted to him. She did not rule out the idea that their relationship could develop further, possibly even ending in marriage. The couple flew impulsively, canceling all other plans, to spend a weekend together in Sacramento, 1 week prior to the tragedy. This man was swiftly caught and questioned by detectives, but it was discovered that he had nothing to do with the tragedy, was just as startled by what had happened as everyone else, and had no reason to hurt the woman he loved. It later came to light that Ildiko had been intimately associated with her business partner Stephen Bill for a number of months prior. About 1.5 years ago, when the woman was having major business issues, trying to find a new location for the salon and suffering large losses, an interesting story emerged when investigators looked into how they met and why they became partners, even though Bill had no prior connections to the beauty industry. She got to know Stephen. She was so beautiful that he fell in love with her right away and promised to pay for all the costs of moving the spa center. Additionally, he made a sizable investment in its growth and concurrently joined Kraniak as a business partner. They started dating, which lasted for roughly 6 months. The woman probably gave back out of appreciation, but she didn't really have a strong connection to Bill. They took a vacation together in Portugal in March 2018, but by then, Ildiko had already begun an affair with Nicholas and was always phoning him, which annoyed Stephen. She was already content in her new relationship, but she broke up with him as soon as she got back. The two of them kept running the company together, and Bill persisted in attempting to win her back. He even began dating Lori Stone in an attempt to incite her jealousy. However, this had little effect on Krajek. She had lost interest. Bill probably had a grudge against her and might have pursued a bizarre pastime, skeletons in the closet, or retaliation. After deciding to investigate Stephen more, the cops learned that he had a very particular pastime. He was skilled in pyrotechnics and worked on creating explosions. The individual did not hinder or refute this. Officers searched his house and discovered professional equipment, ingredients for making rockets and fireworks, gunpowder, and other flammable compounds. Bill was released since the police at the time lacked a good reason or any supporting evidence to hold him. But after deciding to look into his past more, they learned that his wife had passed away 10 years prior under mysterious circumstances. An unexplained mishap at home while they were there preceded the official cause of death, which was pancreatitis, moving furniture. Although nothing could be established, it seemed that Stephen had started the incident. Additionally, after becoming a widower, he received a sizable insurance settlement, which further raised the possibility of a motive for the murder, arrest, and trial. Bill bought a variety of flammable chemical components and pieces for creating poppers, which were later discovered at the explosion scene. According to Il Dico security film from May 10, the detectives were able to locate many months later. It was also disclosed that he went to the spa salon early on the morning of the disaster in order to drop off the lethal item. On March 3, 2019, he used his key to enter through the back door and parked his car on a nearby street so that no one would notice. Stephen Bill was taken into custody on suspicion of purposeful building destruction. A number of additional accusations pertaining to causing serious bodily damage were introduced throughout the trial. One woman was severely burned on the face and torso, and another lost her eye in the explosion. Despite Bill's not guilty plea, the facts and testimony gathered did not support his position. Witnesses also said that he had started stalking Ildiko and had never come to terms with her leaving him. The woman had told friends just before she passed away that she was afraid for her life and worried that her ex-lover would get even. Stephen Bill was only convicted on all counts in early 2024 and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He and his legal team filed numerous appeals, all of which were denied. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On April 7, 2021, 29-year-old Helene Arias disappeared from her house in the city of Oviedo, Spain. Her previous partner's family lived in a little rural location in the province of Leon, and she was on her way there. There were no concerns raised by the excursion. This was a path Helene had previously followed. She was going back that same day and had made no mention of any problems. However, she stopped answering messages by the evening. Her phone also went silent shortly after. Later, her personal items were still in her car, but Helene was nowhere to be seen. What started out as a missing person case swiftly developed into a well-publicized inquiry. The mystery was only made more complex by contradictory reports, the silence of important witnesses, and a number of factors that simply didn't line together. The plot darkened with each new hint, but none could have predicted where it would end up at the time. Oviedo, a city in the northern Spanish autonomous community of Asturias, is where Helene Arias was born in 1992. She was raised in a middle-class household. Her parents worked regular jobs, lived a calm, steady life, and made an effort to provide a secure and nurturing atmosphere for their daughter. As their only child, Helene was raised with a strong emphasis on independence and responsibility. There was seriousness and quiet in the family household. There were hardly any arguments. Helene was notable for her organization and excellent self-discipline even as a young child. She regularly fulfilled her commitments to her parents and teachers and didn't require continual supervision. She was an excellent student in elementary and high school. Outside of school, she preferred spending time alone with her family or doing hobbies by herself to being in big social groups. She had already made up her mind about her future by the time she started high school. She wished to assist people. Helene chose to major in social work and psychology at the University of Oviedo after graduating. Her primary objective was to acquire useful skills to assist others going through the most trying times in life. She stayed quiet while she was at college. She only focused on topics that matched her own interests and ideas, avoiding social activity and university politics. People who knew Helene said she was serious, quiet, and compassionate. She liked a sedate, steady pace of life and was not attracted to dangerous situations. She never acted impulsively and always made well-considered decisions. She spoke with honesty, even though she didn't display any emotions. Throughout school and college, she was regarded as a reliable person and had a small, close-knit group of friends. He avoided shady organizations and unruly conduct. Helene was a few years younger than Jose Alejandro Bobadilla. He was already employed and out of school when they first met. They first met in 2018 while hanging out with common acquaintances in Oviedo. They stayed in contact after that, and their bond gradually grew. There were no overt indications of confrontation, and it was steady. Jose first struck me as considerate and deferential. He was kind, on time, and really interested in Helene's life. He also respected her personal space. Helene had no reason to suspect him because all of this aligned with what she thought was proper behavior in a relationship. Jose presented Helene to his family a few months into their romance. In the province of León, he resided in the small rural village of Prado de la Guzman. In 2019, Helene got to know the Bobadilla family. His father, mother, and younger sister, Andrea, were presented to her. Everything appeared to be quiet on the surface. Helene was met with no opposition from his parents. They had a polite but formal talk. Andrea, Jose's younger sister, appeared interested in and amiable toward her brother's fiancée. During that initial visit, Helene saw nothing concerning. His family seemed kind, albeit a little reticent. Their bond kept evolving as time went on. Regular travels from Oviedo to Prado de la Guzman became a regular part of Helene's routine, and she began to spend more time with Jose's family. Jose assisted her with daily problems and was encouraging. He talked about their future together and frequently shared his long-term objectives without setting unreasonable expectations for her. On the other hand, his employment status wasn't as stable. His income fluctuated, and he owed more than 13,000 euros in unpaid debt. Although Helene knew about it, she didn't consider it a warning sign. She didn't feel compelled to intervene because she considered it to be his private matter. Helene and Andrea also kept up a cordial relationship. Jose's sister was friendly, outspoken, and frequently expressed her opinions to Helene. Helene gradually integrated herself into the Bobadilla family's daily routine and became more interested in their lives. However, by 2020, things between Helene and Jose started to change beneath the tranquil exterior. There were cracks beginning to appear. More often than not, their conversations became tense. Jose started acting erratically and making evasive allusions to personal difficulties. He didn't go into great detail, but it seemed that the fundamental problem was that same debt, which was still outstanding, and was now more than 13,000 euros. Jose refrained from talking about repayment plans, even though Helene had been aware of it. He refused to clarify whether he was under pressure from anyone else and never made it clear how he planned to handle it. He didn't ask for assistance or provide any specific answers. Jose instead became more reclusive. He would occasionally go silent for extended periods of time, disregarding messages and providing no justification. He grew more and more irritated and aloof. Emotional distance was starting to manifest in what had formerly appeared to be a stable relationship. Andrea's influence in their life started to become more apparent about this time. Jose's sister was frequently close by, participating in discussions and attending gatherings. Even while she never publicly showed animosity, there was a sense of uneasiness in her actions. She lost the warmth of her interactions with Helene as they became more professional. Andrea never spoke out against her brother's behavior or offered direct criticism, but her quiet only served to highlight the rising hostility in the family. The problem of Jose's unpaid debt started to get more urgent at the beginning of 2021. He began by saying that creditors were making quick demands for payments. He made it apparent that the situation was serious, but never disclosed the precise identity of the person applying the pressure. Although Helene didn't press for clarification, it was clear that he was becoming more and more stressed. He started whining about not having enough time and using evasive justifications to call off meetings. He stopped talking about their future together and started sending shorter texts. When Jose mentioned selling the car they had previously driven together to settle some of the debt, the tension increased. The automobile was technically his. His family had assisted in the acquisition. Although Helene didn't protest, the suggestion itself was a warning that things were rapidly getting worse. Although Jose was now searching for short-term solutions, he excluded his family from these financial conversations, which led Helene to wonder if he was genuinely attempting to resolve the problem or if he had any actual plan at all. Communication between Helene and Jose's parents stopped about this time. She used to occasionally talk to them when she visited, but now she never did. She continued to communicate with the family only through Andrea. However, even that function had diminished. Helene found herself increasingly unaware of what was happening. The urgency of the debt crisis increased, but the information flow simply decreased. Jose had become aloof, shunned conversations, and turned down assistance. Although they didn't have any direct disagreements, his growing passivity was the most obvious indication that their relationship was failing. By spring 2021, formality had taken over. They seldom ever met anymore, and they just texted each other sometimes. Plans for collaboration vanished. Jose had lost interest in long-term potential and had stopped discussing the future. He had obviously pulled away, even though he never formally stopped the relationship. Helene made no effort to bring them back to their former state. She knew that he needed to take the next step if they were to be together, but he never did. A bigger breakdown started with that financial dispute. Jose's actions revealed an internal conflict that he was unable to resolve. Around 9 in the morning on April 7, 2021, Helene Arias left her Oviedo home. She was on her way to Jose Bobadilla's home in the little Leon province village of Prado de la Guzman. Helene continued to visit Jose and his family occasionally, but her visits had become less frequent. She was going home that same day, and the road was familiar. She assured her mother that everything was all right and told her that she was going to Prado de la Guzman. There was no hint of concern in her voice. Up until about midday, Helene's phone was still in use. Around 1 p.m., the last action was noted. Then she stopped talking. Helene stopped returning calls, stopped answering messages, and failed to show up on 9 separate attempts to contact her. Helene's family didn't initially realize anything was amiss. Her mother reasoned that she might have just been late. However, anxiety began to increase as the evening wore on, getting closer to 8 p.m. Helene's phone was off and she had yet to make contact. She had always kept her family updated on any modifications to her plans, but she had not returned home. There was no activity on her messaging apps, and messages remained unanswered. By 10 p.m., anxiety gave way to fear. Jose said he hadn't seen Helene that day and hadn't heard from her when the family tried to get in touch with him. She had informed her mother that she was going to visit him, so his response didn't set well with her. They were not prepared for his statement. His lack of urgency was much more noticeable. He didn't drive to Oviedo, he didn't offer to help, and he didn't try to get engaged. He acted in an abnormally submissive manner. Helene's family formally reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police started looking into her contacts and last known whereabouts. Tracing her phone was one of the initial steps. Helene had certainly arrived at Prado de la Guzman, according to the statistics. The last location on her phone indicated that she was in the vicinity at around noon. The signal was lost after that. Officers started talking to locals as they walked around the neighborhood. Earlier that day, a witness reported seeing someone who fit Helene's description close to the town's boundary, but no definitive identification could be made. The area had few security cameras, and none of them had captured any footage of Helene. There was no proof that she had visited the Bobadilla residence. Jose maintained that she never showed up. Andrea recounted a similar story. The phone's geolocation information did not support the theory that Helene had not arrived at her destination. The suspicion was only heightened by that. Investigators started examining Jose's family history and Helene's relationship with him. Helene's family used social media to solicit assistance at the same time. The first public communication of her disappearance started to circulate after they uploaded her picture and description. No evidence of a forced disappearance was discovered by authorities during the first 24 hours. In a nearby town, the vehicle Helene had drove was close to a train station. It was secured, undamaged, and contained everything she owned, including her ID and luggage. There were no indications of conflict or chaos inside the car, but the phone was gone. That particular information sparked more worries. Helene wouldn't have abandoned everything she owned if she had gotten out of the car willingly. The idea that she had fled or decided to go missing on her own didn't fit her nature or the facts. She had no past history of self-destructive inclinations, impulsive behavior, or mental health issues. The search had to be formally expanded next. Police contacted residents, conducted building and forested area inspections, and started planning a concerted effort. Drones and search dogs were used. Community volunteers also joined in. After local news outlets carried the family's plea for assistance, the situation began to receive more public attention. The first 48 hours following Helene's disappearance produced no solid leads regarding her precise location, despite increasing attempts. She couldn't get her phone to work. Jose insisted that he and his family had not seen Helene that day. Neither he nor Andrea publicly voiced their concerns or offered to help with the search. The case was formally considered a possible criminal act by the conclusion of the second day. A case was initiated by investigators in accordance with statutes pertaining to potential forced disappearance. They made the decision to concentrate their search within 3 miles of Helen's last known phone signal. The case's status shifted. A specialized investigating unit received it. From that point on, the possibility of an accident was ruled out. A team of civilian volunteers who joined the search found Helene Arias's body on April 11, 2021, 4 days after she was last seen. One of them spotted broken branches and odd patterns that went toward a ravine while they were searching through an area close to the town's outskirts. The body was near the bottom, buried under a layer of rubble and thick foliage. The site was promptly cordoned off by police. Helene was discovered sleeping on her back during the initial check. Plastic zip ties had been used to secure her wrists. She had an obvious head injury that indicated blunt force trauma, and marks around her neck suggested strangulation. Although there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, her face was damaged. Drag marks were visible in the nearby earth, suggesting the remains had most likely been moved there. After the death, local investigators discovered a ripped bag, shreds of cloth, and cut zip ties. There were tire marks nearby, indicating that a car had been driven. Based on the state of her clothing and body, there were no signs of intimate assault. But nearby, hair strands that weren't Helene's were discovered and sent for DNA testing. Every piece of evidence was recorded and gathered from the location. In order to estimate when the body had been deposited in the ravine, authorities noted its depth, potential access points, and a general date. Although the strike to the head was severe and probably rendered the victim unconscious, the forensic analysis verified that asphyxiation was the cause of death. The moment Helene's phone had ceased sending signals coincided with the time of death. According to medical professionals, she died 1 to 2 hours after her last phone call was recorded. Her body had been transported to the location after death and quickly covered with whatever materials were available, as there were no indications that it had been exposed to the weather for an extended period of time. Law enforcement responded quickly that same day to find and apprehend individuals responsible. Andrea Bobadilla and her ex-partner Raul were the first to be arrested. Andrea divulged important information while being questioned. She named Jose as the one who started the act and acknowledged that she had assisted in hiding the body. Only a few hours later, Jose Bobadilla was arrested. He didn't fight being arrested. He denied any involvement and maintained that Helene never visited him that day throughout his initial interrogation. Andrea's testimony and information from Helene's phone's geolocation records, however, later refuted this assertion. Items uncovered at the Bobadilla home matched evidence gathered from the location where Helene's body was discovered. Traces of blood were found on a utility room floor. The blood was identified as Helene's by forensic testing. The packaging made from fabric remnants and zip ties was exactly the same as what was discovered at the ravine. Authorities were able to piece together the events as the inquiry went on. Jose greeted Helene when she arrived in town. Eventually, there was a confrontation. Helene lost unconscious after Jose hit her. He then went ahead and asphyxiated her to death. Raul and Andrea helped dispose of the body by moving it to a secluded gully during the night. Nobody was around to witness any of this. Investigators collected sufficient evidence to press formal charges within 48 hours after the arrest. Officially, the matter was categorized as a criminal offense, including concealment and planned activity. Raul declined to testify when he was being questioned. He didn't provide a different version of events or corroborate Andrea's story. According to his lawyer, Raul was there but didn't know why they were there. However, based on Raul's subsequent actions, not reporting what had transpired and aggressively aiding in its cover-up, investigators came to the conclusion that he had participated knowingly. Jose partially acknowledged what had happened during his third interrogation, saying he acted out of emotional exhaustion. However, investigators found that he acted with purpose and intention. He actively worked to hide what had happened, never reported the incident, and made no attempt to seek for assistance. Raul and Andrea were found to be accomplices. Both had the option to leave, but they chose to assist in destroying evidence, according to case documents. Physical discoveries, Andrea's statement, DNA testing, cell phone logs, and forensic examinations of objects from the home and the graveyard comprised the body of evidence. Charges resulting from the inquiry included complicity, unlawful killing, concealing a body, and making false statements. All three were still being held pending trial. Early in 2022, the trial for Helene Arias's death got underway. Jose Bobadilla, his sister Andrea, and Andrea's ex-partner Raul were the principal accused. The act, which involved several participants in efforts to conceal the body and destroy evidence, was designated by the prosecution as an intentional crime. The Jose admitted to the debate and the physical altercation, but denied purpose during the court procedures, thereby partially acknowledging his role. He had been emotionally unstable, provoked, and did not intend for things to go out of hand, according to his defense. In the end, the court rejected that version. The court regarded Jose's behavior after the incident, witness testimony, and scene evidence as intentional. During the trial, Andrea affirmed her prior claims. In keeping with her prior description, she described the roles of each person. She and Raul helped to hide what had transpired, but Jose was the primary offender. Her defense team requested that the court take into account the strain she was under from her brother and the fact that she refrained from engaging in any violent behavior. Raul said nothing at all during the exchange. He had no intention and didn't completely understand what he was getting himself into, according to his lawyer. The court found all three guilty at the end of the trial. Jose Bobadilla received a 25-year prison term. Andrea's sentence for aiding and abetting the crime was 8 years. For assisting and abetting, Raul received a 6-year sentence. The sentences were judged fair by the prosecution. The proceedings were attended by Helene's relatives. The position of a private plaintiff was assumed by her mother. She took a hard stand. She advocated for the harshest punishments imaginable. She was disappointed when the decision was read, saying that Andrea and Raul had received too light terms. Jose's relatives chose not to respond. Jose Bobadilla's defense team appealed his sentence a few months after it was handed down. Their primary contention was that important evidence from the first trial ought to have been declared inadmissible. The objects discovered in the family home did not prove Jose's involvement in the crime, according to his attorneys, and Andrea's confession had been forced. Additionally, they questioned whether the forensic evaluation complied with the necessary legal requirements. The case will be reviewed by the appellate court. The prosecutors defended their position at the second trial, citing Jose's coordinated activities, his failure to seek for assistance, his fraudulent statements, and the hiding of Helene's body. New points were presented by the defense, nevertheless. They asserted that medical findings did not definitively indicate asphyxiation, and that Helene was not killed by the hit she sustained. They underlined the impact of public pressure and the lack of a clear motive. Andrea withdrew portions of her earlier confession during this second phase of the trial, claiming that she had said while in emotional turmoil. Furthermore, Raul did not back up his earlier statements. The prosecution's case suffered as a result. Some of the earlier evidence was declared inadmissible by the court. The court determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a guilty finding because of Jose's retracted statement and the absence of concrete evidence of his physical harm. Jose was freed from custody in 2023 after being found not guilty owing to insufficient evidence. The public reacted strongly to the decision. The judgment was deemed unfair by Helene's family. The court was accused by her mother of eroding confidence in the legal system. The higher court refused to reconsider the case when prosecutors appealed the acquittal. After Jose Bobadilla was found not guilty, there was weeks of heated public discussion. A large portion of the discussion on social media was critical of the justice system. There were differing views. While some cited the absence of conclusive evidence, others said the acquittal was a miscarriage of justice. The public's trust in the courts and law enforcement was closely examined. Less attention was paid to Andrea and Raul's predicament. They carried on with their sentences. Following the conclusion of the court proceedings in Helene Arias's case, the Bobadilla family refrained from making any public statements. In both trials, certain important concerns were left unexplained, particularly about Jose's motivation. Investigators think that a relationship breakdown, mental stress, and unsolved financial difficulties are what caused the conflict to escalate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Driving under the influence has always been treated as a grave offense in the United States, one that carries life-changing consequences. Whether it's alcohol, illicit drugs, or even prescription medication, getting behind the wheel in an impaired state puts lives at risk. And when that impairment leads to a deadly crash, the law does not take it lightly. These aren't just traffic violations anymore. They're felonies that carry years, even decades behind bars. The case of Macy Lathers is a prime example of how quickly a moment of recklessness can turn into tragedy, and how the fallout can echo far beyond the crash site. Macy Lathers wasn't just any driver. She was a public figure, a model, and an influencer with thousands of followers. Her life looked picture-perfect online, but on one shocking day, all of that came crashing down, literally. In a popular resort city buzzing with vacationers, Macy caused a devastating multi-car collision. 2 people lost their lives, 2 more were left with serious, life-altering injuries. But what made this tragedy even more disturbing was what happened next. When police arrived on the scene, they found Macy in a dazed, erratic state, clearly under the influence of psychoactive substances. The body cam footage captured her incoherent behavior. Witnesses filmed her staggering, yelling, and resisting officers. What was already a heartbreaking crash spiraled into a viral media storm. Overnight, Macy's name was everywhere, from news headlines to heated social media debates. Was this the fall of another influencer blinded by fame and excess? Or was it a deeper reflection of how privilege and recklessness collide? To understand how it all unraveled, we need to go back to where Macy came from. Macy Marie Lathers was born on July 16, 2000, in Fort Plain, New York, a quiet rural town nestled in Montgomery County. She was the middle child, the only girl among 3 siblings, raised in a home filled with warmth and stability. Her parents weren't wealthy or famous. They were ordinary people who worked hard, loved their kids, and built a life of modest comfort. Their house sat near the peaceful Mohawk River, in a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. Fort Plain wasn't the kind of place you expected scandal to come from. It was safe, slow, predictable. The kind of town where nothing much ever changed, until Macy changed everything. Macy grew up in what many would call a sheltered environment, largely disconnected from the outside world. She rarely left Fort Plain, and when she did, it was usually under the supervision of older family members. A high achiever in school, she consistently earned top grades and graduated at the top of her class. Macy was also active in sports, particularly gymnastics and track and field, though she never considered athletics as part of her long-term career goals. As a teen, Macy blossomed into a striking young woman. Suitors were constantly trying to win her attention, and there were even rumors of rivalries among the guys hoping to date her. She enjoyed socializing and going on dates, but she never let that interfere with her studies. Teachers described her as intelligent, focused, and driven, someone who always set high standards for herself. Macy graduated as valedictorian and was accepted into the State University of New York at Albany, where she chose to study linguistics and international communication. The campus was just over an hour's drive from her hometown, so Macy decided to stay at home with her family instead of moving into a dorm. Her close bond with her parents and siblings made this arrangement comfortable and natural. Albany, the capital of New York State, is a bustling modern city. Quite the contrast from tiny Fort Plain. To Macy, it felt like an entirely different world, full of energy, possibilities, and experiences she had never been exposed to before. With her charm, intelligence, and striking appearance, Macy quickly made friends and became a standout presence in her social circle. She continued to excel academically and soon became one of the top students in her program. At the same time, she and her new friends began frequenting local bars, clubs, and nightlife spots around the city. It didn't take long for Macy to adjust to this new rhythm of life. Days were spent in lectures and libraries, while nights often turned into late-hour adventures in the city's nightlife scene. Despite her increasingly active social calendar, Macy showed up for class, passed her exams with flying colors, and looked effortlessly put together. As is typical in many college nightlife environments, there was frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages. Over time, Macy began drinking more regularly, and what started as casual, social drinking gradually became a daily habit. Still, her young, healthy body seemed to handle the lifestyle well. She maintained excellent academic performance, and her professors continued to praise her intellectual gifts and talent. At home, her family didn't notice anything particularly alarming in her behavior or lifestyle. However, during her junior year, Macy decided to move out of her family's house and into an off-campus apartment near the university. She shared the place with a group of girlfriends, a change that marked a new chapter in her increasingly independent life. Around this time, Macy began experimenting more actively with a range of powerful and mood-altering substances. She typically obtained these restricted items directly from nightlife venues, often consuming them on site. Despite the growing frequency of her use, she didn't see it as a problem. In her mind, she could stop anytime she wanted. By the time she graduated from college, Macy had fully embraced the party lifestyle. Nightclubs, dancing, and the constant presence of alcohol and other prohibited items had become a regular part of her world. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her degree, defend her thesis successfully, and receive her diploma. Even then, though, she already knew she didn't want to spend her life behind a desk in some stuffy corporate office. Macy came of age at a time when social media platforms were exploding in popularity worldwide. Unsurprisingly, she created profiles on several major platforms while still in high school. Back then, living in the quiet and remote town of Fort Plain, her online presence was modest, just a few dozen followers, mostly people she knew. She occasionally posted family photos or scenic shots from the area, but never cared much about likes or follower counts. Everything began to change drastically after Macy moved to the city for her 18th birthday. Her parents gifted her a luxurious white Mercedes-Benz, something she had dreamed of for years. They also continued to support her financially, which allowed Macy to enjoy a carefree social lifestyle and showcase it extensively on her social media accounts. With her stunning looks, vibrant personality, and high-energy lifestyle, Macy quickly gained traction online. Her social feeds painted a picture of nonstop parties, fun, and glamour. Her follower count skyrocketed, and soon she had developed a loyal following that made her something of a local celebrity. During her final years at the university, Macy had already realized that she wouldn't be pursuing a traditional career in her chosen field. She was more interested in finding ways to turn her passion for fun into a source of income. She began taking dance lessons and sent out her modeling portfolio to various agencies, hoping to catch the attention of professionals who might offer her a lucrative contract. Despite her good looks, slim figure, and strong charisma, Macy wasn't able to break into any major modeling circles. However, her online popularity continued to soar. She portrayed a glamorous lifestyle, talked about her success, and occasionally promoted products or services on her platforms for small fees. After graduation, Macy informed her parents that she was planning to move to sunny Florida and settle in Miami. Her goal was to work as a hostess at one of the city's trendy nightclubs while continuing to pursue opportunities in modeling. Naturally, her parents were both surprised and disheartened by her decision. After all, she had always been a top student full of promise, and had just completed her degree at a respected university. Now it seemed like she was walking away from all that for what? Still, they didn't pressure her or try to change her mind. In fact, they continued to support her regularly, sending money to help with her expenses. So, in early 2023, Macy relocated to Miami. She rented a modest apartment and began job hunting. At the same time, she immersed herself in the city's nightlife, hoping to make useful connections. She quickly became a fixture in the scene, fully embracing the party lifestyle once again, and she had no intention of slowing down. Over the years, Lathers had taken on various roles in the nightlife and entertainment scene. She worked as a promotional model, a dancer, and even served as a ring girl at combat sports events, stepping onto the mat in a skimpy outfit to display the round numbers to the crowd. During this period, her public profile began to rise. Local media outlets featured her several times, and she was even invited for a few interviews. By the spring of 2024, Macy's following on social media had grown into the tens of thousands. She rebranded herself as a fitness influencer, promoting sportswear, supplements, and beauty products. However, behind the carefully curated image, her real lifestyle was far from the clean and healthy image she projected online. She was a regular at nightclubs and parties, frequently indulging in strong alcoholic drinks, and was often open to trying new restricted substances offered in those settings. Over time, this pattern of behavior began to catch up with her, both personally and legally. At one point, Lathers was caught driving under the influence and had her driver's license temporarily suspended, but she violated the law again, this time resulting in her license being permanently revoked. Still, that wasn't enough to make her change course. On the morning of August 10, 2024, around 6 a.m., the streets of busy Miami were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the screech of brakes and the sound of multiple loud impacts. A major collision had occurred at an intersection involving 3 vehicles. Bystanders rushed toward a black Range Rover, which had taken a heavy hit on the driver's side. The man behind the wheel had a bloodied face but was conscious. Witnesses carefully helped him out of the twisted wreck. He had suffered head trauma and broken ribs and could barely remain standing. Good Samaritans provided first aid, doing their best to stop the bleeding while waiting for emergency responders. The second vehicle was a Suzuki minivan, which sustained even more severe damage. The frame was crumpled and the doors were jammed shut. Inside were 3 individuals: a middle-aged woman behind the wheel, a man in the front passenger seat, and another man seated in the back. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver and rear passenger were unresponsive, while the front seat passenger appeared to be in shock. Since there was no immediate fire hazard, rescuers avoided pulling them out through the windows, fearing it could worsen potential head or spinal injuries. The third vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz, was barely damaged. It had swerved off the road, lightly clipping the other 2 vehicles before striking a curb. When witnesses approached it, they found it empty. The driver was nowhere in sight, and the interior, covered in pale leather, showed no signs of injury. No blood, no visible struggle. It was clear the person behind the wheel had left the scene voluntarily, either unharmed or with only minor scrapes. Soon, eyewitnesses came forward. Several had seen a young woman leaving the Mercedes-Benz just moments after the crash. She exited from the driver's side, moving carefully and trying not to draw attention. She wore blue jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled low over her face. She crossed the street and quickly walked away from the scene, vanishing into the early morning quiet. The unidentified young woman attempted to blend in by joining a group of early morning joggers passing nearby. Since no one tried to stop her, she managed to slip away unnoticed. None of the bystanders were able to give a clear description of her appearance. When first responders, police, medics, and rescue crews arrived on the scene, they focused on freeing the injured passengers from the mangled vehicles. By that time, the man in the front passenger seat of the minivan was unresponsive. Medical examiners later determined that he had suffered extensive head and internal injuries, with massive internal bleeding cited as the cause of death. The woman who had been driving the minivan and the man in the back seat were both transported to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought hard to save their lives. The driver of the Range Rover was also hospitalized with moderate injuries. His life was not in immediate danger, though he had sustained a serious head injury and damage to one of his lungs. After speaking with witnesses, investigators determined that the person behind the wheel of the third vehicle, believed to have caused the crash, was a young woman who fled the scene. Fortunately, the intersection where the crash occurred had multiple surveillance cameras installed, and investigators quickly began collecting and reviewing the footage. The video clearly showed a white Mercedes-Benz speeding through the intersection, ignoring a red light. The other two vehicles were moving within the speed limit and had the right of way. The woman in the minivan appeared to try and avoid the collision, swerving at the last moment, but still clipped the Mercedes. Her vehicle then spun into the Range Rover before finally crashing into a utility pole. From the footage, it appeared that the woman in the Mercedes was not seriously injured. She jumped out of the vehicle, pulled her hoodie tightly over her face, and attempted to disappear among the joggers. She then veered off into a nearby park where the trail went cold due to a lack of camera coverage in that area. Who was the mystery driver of the white Mercedes-Benz? Why had she run? And where had she gone? None of the witnesses could describe her with any certainty or say where she had headed. Detectives turned to the vehicle registration to trace the owner, but before they could complete their investigation, the woman in question surfaced in the most unexpected way. While police were still reviewing footage and speaking with witnesses, a strange call came into emergency services. A construction worker laboring just a few blocks from the crash site reported an incident involving a young woman in a highly disoriented state. According to the caller, the woman had initially tried to flag down cars in an erratic and dangerous manner, running into traffic and throwing herself toward passing vehicles. Then she suddenly began undressing. She removed her hoodie, then stripped off a small top, leaving her in jeans and unclothed from the waist up. She started yelling profanities, spinning in circles in the middle of the road, attempting to force her way into random vehicles by yanking on their door handles. Eventually, she lay down across the roadway, rolling around on the asphalt. The witness who contacted emergency services rushed to help her. He tried to pull her to the sidewalk, but she was surprisingly strong and kept breaking free, shouting incoherently. Realizing he couldn't move her, he stood nearby and directed traffic to prevent vehicles from hitting her. He remained by her side until police arrived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the first thing they did was cover the half-dressed woman and try to ask her some basic questions to determine her identity. But she seemed completely detached from reality. At times, she muttered incoherently, then suddenly screamed, clearly under the influence of some kind of substance. She couldn't even say her own name, but was shouting about extraterrestrials, warning that they were on their way and would be arriving soon. Then, in a sudden shift, she calmed down and claimed she had come from the future, could travel through time, and possessed a magical orb. When asked what the last thing she remembered was, she paused for a moment and said, "I remember dying." It was clear that attempting a proper interview under these circumstances was nearly impossible. Her speech was a mixture of delusions and hallucinations. But then, unexpectedly, she asked if anyone had seen her white Mercedes-Benz and expressed concern that it might have been taken by aliens. At that moment, investigators no longer had doubts. She was clearly the same woman who had fled the scene of the crash. She repeated several times that she was from the future, then sat down on the asphalt and began speaking to someone who wasn't there, as if she were having a heartfelt conversation with her mother. "Mom, I'm gone now. Don't cry. I can time travel. I'll come visit you," she said. Then she looked around and asked where her car was, before turning back to her invisible companion. By the time paramedics arrived to assist the so-called visitor from the future, she had managed to recall her name, Macy, but other than that, her condition remained unchanged. She was hallucinating vividly and speaking in fragmented, irrational thoughts. Based on her behavior, the medical team suspected she had consumed a dangerous mix of strong alcohol and powerful psychoactive substances. To treat her properly, they needed to figure out what exactly she had taken, so they could administer the right medication to neutralize the effects of the substance. Macy's condition fluctuated rapidly. At moments, she seemed coherent and aware of her surroundings, and then she would drift off into conversations about aliens and time portals. When asked directly what she had taken, she couldn't provide an answer. In fact, she didn't even seem to understand the question. Then suddenly, She started making sprinkling motions with her fingers, as if tossing glitter, whispering, "Pink, pink, pink, powder." It sounded like more nonsense, but one of the medics recognized the reference immediately. She was likely referring to a potent street substance, often nicknamed pink cocaine, a synthetic blend of various psychoactive chemicals. The danger of this mix lies in its unpredictability. There's no standard formula, and the balance of ingredients varies with each batch, making the effects anything from mild euphoria to vivid hallucinations or even fatal overdose. It had become particularly trendy among the club scene due to its flashy appearance and low cost. The signature pink color was usually achieved with food dye and sometimes mixed with glitter to give it a stylish, glamorous look. A toxicology screening conducted at the hospital confirmed the dominant component in her system, allowing doctors to administer the appropriate IV treatment to neutralize it. Meanwhile, law enforcement identified the woman as Macy Lathers, 24 years old, a fairly well-known online personality, social media influencer, and frequent presence in Miami's nightlife circuit. The crash caused by Macy Lathers involved 3 vehicles, including her white Mercedes-Benz. 4 people were seriously affected. In the minivan were married couple Juanita and Abraham Nandez, along with their friend Jesus Rubio, who was seated in the back. Tragically, Abraham, who had been in the front passenger seat beside his wife, he succumbed to his injuries before first responders could reach the scene. Jesus in the back seat sustained severe trauma and was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought for days to save his life, but he ultimately passed away without ever regaining consciousness. Juanita miraculously survived the collision, but the injuries she sustained left her permanently paralyzed. She now relies on a wheelchair. The couple's son, a school-aged boy, lost his father instantly and has been left without the daily care of his mother, who remains hospitalized. Jesus Rubio, a father of 2 and sole provider for his family, left behind loved ones, facing not only grief but significant financial hardship. The driver of the Range Rover was less severely injured than the others, but still required multiple surgeries and a long road to recovery. He remains unable to return to his previous work or lifestyle. Macy, on the other hand, escaped the crash without a single visible injury and attempted to flee the scene. It later emerged that she had already been caught driving under the influence several months earlier and had her license suspended. Following a second offense, her driving privileges were permanently revoked. Yet that didn't stop her from continuing to consume alcohol and restricted substances, then getting behind the wheel, until it all culminated in a devastating incident that claimed 2 lives. Macy Lathers now faces multiple criminal charges: driving under the influence without a valid license, vehicular manslaughter, causing serious bodily injury through negligence, and fleeing the scene of a crash. She was booked into custody without release, and her bail was set at $150,000, 0 cents. With no access to that kind of money, either personally or from family, she remains behind bars awaiting trial. Even though surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts strongly support Macy's responsibility in the crash, her defense attorney has argued that she should only be held accountable for driving under the influence and lacking a valid license. The rest, he claims, occurred while she was experiencing intense hallucinations, making her incapable of understanding her actions. According to him, the real blame lies with whoever manufactured and distributed the powerful synthetic cocktail Macy ingested. The prosecution sees it differently. They point to video evidence showing Macy behaving rationally in the immediate aftermath of the crash, covering her face, attempting to blend in with bystanders, and even joining a group of joggers to avoid detection. These deliberate actions suggest that Macy was fully aware of what had just happened and was actively trying to avoid responsibility. The episode involving public disrobing and fantastical claims of time travel, prosecutors argue, was an attempt to appear mentally unfit to stand trial, potentially leading to psychiatric treatment instead of prison. As of spring 2025, the legal proceedings against Macy Lathers are ongoing. No final verdict has been issued, and she remains in custody. To date, she faces 8 separate charges, and if convicted on all counts, she could face a life sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, the BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold. Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his two siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. Something happened. "They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, "because I don't know how I would have handled it." However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Rader disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Rader crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Rader overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Rader covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Rader took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Rader, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Rader now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Rader said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession, when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005, demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was my star young maiden that I will teach sex to. After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother, Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, He locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked, with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny, calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" in this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams, and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicki Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicky Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicky's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicky's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding. "Oh, I have suspicions." Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested." Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. He received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dolarhyde in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Raider 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK, for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum security facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad wash day. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He seemed invisible, boring, forgettable, but behind that dead-eyed stare was a monster who couldn't stop killing even when the bodies started stacking up. Gary Ridgway wasn't flashy. He wasn't a genius. He didn't have a signature catchphrase or a flashy MO. He was just ordinary, a guy who stuttered often while speaking, who clocked into his job at a truck factory, mowed his lawn on weekends, and blended in so well with suburban life that even when he was a prime suspect in a string of grisly murders, the cops couldn't quite make it stick. But don't let the bland exterior fool you. This man murdered 49 confirmed, but he claims the number could be closer to 70, maybe even higher. His victims were young women, often sex workers, often runaways, always vulnerable. Gary strangled them with his bare hands or with crude ligatures like shoelaces, ropes, whatever was around. Then he dumped their bodies near Washington's Green River or in the thick woods nearby, and sometimes he'd come back not to bury them, not to move them, but to violate them again, long after they were dead. It was the early 1980s, and in King County, Washington. Bodies were turning up fast. A woman here, another one there. 5 in total, all found in or near the Green River. The media needed a name, and they got one. The Green River Killer, a faceless predator who hunted at night and vanished into the fog by morning. But here's the kicker. The killer was already known to police. Gary Ridgway had been questioned back in 1982. He even passed a lie detector test. The man responsible for one of the biggest murder sprees in U.S. history was right under their noses, and they let him walk free. At home, Ridgway played the part of a devoted family man. He was married multiple times. He was deeply religious. He even tried to preach door to door, but all the while he was searching the red light districts of Seattle, looking for his next victim. And the scariest part is that he'd often bring his young son along for the ride as a human shield. "See, I have a kid with me. I'm not a threat." That's the kind of calculated manipulation Ridgway was capable of. Cold, heartless, methodical. Where did this monster come from, you may wonder? Gary Ridgway didn't crawl out of the shadows. He was born in broad daylight in Salt Lake City, Utah, on February 18, 1949. The middle child of 3 boys, Ridgway grew up in a house that looked normal from the outside, but inside it was a wreck. His mother, Mary, was a force of nature, controlling, intense, and terrifying. She ruled the house with a tight grip and wasn't afraid to use a belt or stick when her sons went out of lines drawn by her. His father, a bus driver, wasn't any good, often venting about the filth of sex workers he'd see on his routes. That constant commentary would embed itself into Gary's twisted worldview and fester into a hatred that would lead him to become a nightmare. Gary would later tell psychologists that he felt both anger and sexual attraction toward his mother. The same woman who disciplined him with belts and dominated the house was the subject of his violent fantasies. He even imagined killing her. So far, it sounds like a textbook serial killer origin story. Wait till it gets worse. By high school, Ridgway was already falling behind. He had dyslexia, struggled in class, and got held back a year. His IQ would fluctuate in the low 80s, but what he lacked in smarts, he made up for in something far more sinister. At just 16 years old, he did the unthinkable. He lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him in the ribs, piercing his liver. The boy survived, but Gary Ridgway had made his first real move toward becoming a killer, and no one seemed to notice. No follow-up, no serious consequences, just another angry kid from a rough home. But inside that teenager, something was growing. A rage, a hunger, a compulsion that would eventually take hold and leave dozens of women dead in his wake. Gary Ridgway graduated from Tahi High School in 1969 and did what a lot of young men did back then. He married his teenage girlfriend Claudia Craig and enlisted in the Navy. From the outside, it looked like he had found his calling, but Gary never stayed on the path for long. He was shipped off to Vietnam, where he served on a supply ship and saw combat, but it wasn't the bullets that left a mark, it was the brothels. While overseas, Ridgway racked up frequent flyer miles with local sex workers. He even caught gonorrhea, which infuriated him, but not enough to make him stop. That compulsion was already starting to take hold, and just like that, his first marriage crumbled, done within a year. Back in the States, Ridgway gave the word double life a whole new meaning. By the time he married his second wife, Marcia Winslow, he'd become intensely religious. He'd read scriptures out loud at home, cry after sermons, and preach door to door like he was on a mission to save souls. But while he was reciting Bible verses by day, he was cruising the streets at night looking for sex workers. His appetite was insatiable. His ex-wives and girlfriends said he demanded sex multiple times a day, often in public places, or even in the same wooded areas where, years later, his victims' bodies would be found. To the outside world, Ridgway was weird but harmless, a bit too intense with religion, maybe a little off, but nothing scary. Behind closed doors, though, Gary was unraveling. He had a sick obsession with prostitutes, and not just lust, it was hatred too, a burning resentment. He admitted in court that he didn't want to pay them and felt justified in ending their lives. Some believe he was at war with himself, his raw, animalistic urges clashing against his desperate need to feel righteous. That tension between the preacher and the predator would fuel one of the most horrifying murder sprees in American history. While all of this was happening, he had a son with Marcia, a child growing up with a serial killer dad who had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Gary Ridgway began acting upon his hatred in the summer of 1982. It was then that the lifeless body of his first known victim surfaced along the banks of the Green River. Wrapped around her neck was a piece of clothing tainted with an industrial spray paint, one that wouldn't be analyzed for another 2 decades. At the time, it was just another overlooked detail, but had it been tested, That microscopic trail could have pulled Ridgway into the spotlight much earlier. Instead, he slipped back into the shadows and kept killing. Over the next 2 years, death spread like a plague across King County, Washington, and the Green River became more than just a picnic spot. It became a graveyard. Body after body surfaced along its muddy edges and in dense, mossy woods near Seattle Tacoma International Airport. The victims had one haunting thing in common. They were all young women, many of them sex workers or runaways, the forgotten and discarded of society. They were easy prey, and Gary Ridgway knew it. He stalked Pacific Highway South in his pickup truck, armed with nothing but a disarming smile, a wallet full of cash, and sometimes a photo of his son. In that image, so ordinary, so innocently paternal, drove his victims into a false sense of security. It was part of his carefully crafted trap. Ridgway would coax the women into his truck, drive to secluded areas, and then, after briefly getting intimate, he would strike with terrifying precision. One arm locked across their necks like a vice, the other pulling tight with practiced force. There was no hesitation, no remorse. He squeezed the life out of them slowly, methodically, until their limp bodies sagged in the seat beside him. Often he'd kill them in his home or truck, other times in the middle of the forest, where no one could hear their last gasps. Then he'd dump the corpses in clusters without clothes and twisted among ferns and dirt, sometimes posed in grotesque, degrading ways, their eyes staring up blankly toward the trees. But his brutality didn't end with death. Ridgway revisited his victims' corpses. Sometimes days later, he'd return to their graves like a predator guarding its kill, crawling through branches to lie beside their rotting bodies, violating them again. It wasn't about lust, he later confessed. It was about control. Raping dead bodies meant no resistance, no rejection, no cost. He didn't have to pay them and didn't have to worry about being turned in. The silence of the dead was the only intimacy he craved. He went so far as to contaminate his dump sites, leaving behind cigarette butts and chewed gum from other people, scattering belongings that weren't his, all in an effort to confuse investigators. In some cases, he even transported victims across state lines, dumping bodies in Oregon to muddy the trail. It worked. The body count rose, and the killer stayed hidden behind his mask of normalcy. By 1983, the panic had become undeniable. With 5 women dead and more missing, the Green River Task Force was formed, spearheaded by seasoned officers like Robert Keppel and Dave Reichert. The group was under immense pressure. They were chasing a ghost who left almost no forensic evidence and blended in with blue-collar regulars. Desperate for insight, the task force even turned to Ted Bundy, who, from his prison cell in Florida, offered his own theory. The killer was returning to the bodies for sex. Bundy warned them to stake out fresh dump sites. He wasn't just speculating. He was describing Ridgway's behavior with eerie accuracy. Still, Ridgway eluded capture. He was arrested once in 1982 and again in 2001 for prostitution charges, but released both times. In 1983, 18-year-old Marie Malvar disappeared. Her boyfriend and pimp had trailed the truck. He entered a maroon pickup to a house. That house belonged to Gary Ridgway. The police interviewed him, noted his calm demeanor, and let him go. Other tips named him too, but nothing stuck. A year later, he passed a polygraph test. The man killing women by the dozens was clever enough to beat the machine. What the task force didn't know was that Ridgway was also juggling a personal life that shielded him from suspicion. By 1985, he had met Judith Mawson, a kind, unsuspecting woman who became his third wife. She moved into his modest house in SeaTac where, unknown to her, countless women had died just feet from the bed she slept in. There was no carpet when she moved in. Detectives later told her that's because he'd likely used it to wrap up corpses. But Judith had noticed nothing. Ridgway played the role of a loving, quiet husband. He brought her flowers, mowed the lawn, and held a steady job at the Kenworth truck factory. When he disappeared early in the morning for overtime shifts, Judith never questioned it. Those hours were when he hunted. Curiously, Ridgway's murder spree slowed significantly after marrying Judith. He later told investigators that she made him feel content that he truly loved her, and perhaps that fragile connection was enough to curb the storm inside him. Of his 49 confirmed murders, only 3 occurred after their wedding in 1988. Judith herself once said, "I feel I have saved lives by being his wife and making him happy." But love wasn't enough to bury his past. In 1987, investigators collected saliva and hair samples from Ridgway, storing them in evidence lockers for years. It wasn't until the rise of DNA profiling in the early 2000s that science finally caught up to him. A year later, in November, while he was at work painting trucks at Kenworth, police walked in and arrested him. 2 decades of horror came to a halt on that factory floor. DNA linked Ridgway to the murders of Marcia Chapman, Opal Mills, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Ann Christensen, all of whom had been discarded like trash across King County. Later, 3 more names were added to the indictment: Wendy Caulfield, Deborah Bonner, and Deborah Estes. The link wasn't just semen, it was microscopic spray paint spheres matched exactly to the formula used at Kenworth during Ridgway's tenure. That same paint had clung to clothing wrapped around his first victim's throat. The monster had always been right there, driving among them, smiling at coworkers, quoting Bible verses, killing again and again, and still being lucky enough to head home for dinner. By the summer of 2003, whispers began swirling through Seattle's media. Gary Ridgway, the man behind the worst serial killing spree in American history, might escape the death penalty. The idea sent shockwaves through the public. How could the Green River Killer, a man who had confessed to choking the life out of dozens of women and desecrating their corpses, be allowed to live? The answer is a deal with the devil. Ridgway had spent over 2 decades outsmarting law enforcement, blending into society and leaving a trail of bodies stretching from Washington to Oregon. But now, with the hard evidence finally catching up to him, DNA, paint particles, and recovered remains, he was cornered. His lawyers, led by Anthony Savage, began to negotiate the unthinkable. Ridgway would be spared execution only if he confessed fully to the murders and helped locate the victims still lying in the woods, forgotten. In November 2003, the plea was finalized. The Green River Killer stood in court and admitted to 48 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. But this wasn't a display of remorse. It was a calculated confession delivered in exchange for life. In his signed statement, Ridgway explained how he had committed every murder inside King County, Washington, and transported a few victims to Oregon specifically to throw investigators off his trail. It was a long game of cat and mouse, a game he had nearly won. Deputy Prosecutor Jeffrey Baird acknowledged the scale of the deal. 41 of the 48 victims would never have been connected to Ridgway in court if not for the plea. The case against him had evidence for only 7 murders without his cooperation. The rest would have remained nameless, numbers buried in case files. On December 18, 2003, Ridgway returned to the courtroom, not as a suspect, but as a self-admitted mass murderer. There would be no trial, no debate, just the cold hammer of justice. Judge Richard A. Jones handed down the sentence: 48 life sentences without the possibility of parole, to be served consecutively, 480 additional years, 10 for each victim, for tampering with evidence, while Gary received rightful curses from the victims' families. One statement from a victim's father would break his emotionless facade. In the months that followed, Ridgway led police to 3 more bodies. On August 16, 2003, a hiker found the remains of 16-year-old Pammy Annette Avant dumped off State Route 410. Then, in September, the bodies of Marie Malvar, the woman whose boyfriend had once led police to Ridgway's door, and April Bucha were unearthed in shallow woodland graves. 2 years later, on November 20, a weekend hiker in Issaquah stumbled upon a human skull. DNA would confirm it belonged to Tracy Winston, a 19-year-old who vanished from Northgate Mall in 1983. It was the 49th confirmed victim, and it earned Ridgway 1 more life sentence. And even decades later, Ridgway's trail of destruction kept unraveling. In 2023, forensic science finally gave a name to a victim long known only as Bone 17. She was a 15-year-old, Lorianne Raspatat. last seen alive in 1982. Her remains had waited nearly 40 years to be identified. Over the course of 5 months, Ridgway sat across from investigators, dead-minded and disturbingly calm, unspooling one confession after another. In some interviews, he claimed 65 victims, in others, 71, and he often couldn't remember names, only places, vague appearances, or where he had left their bodies. On February 9, 2004, prosecutors began releasing the videotaped confessions. What the world saw was not a remorseful man, but a cold, matter-of-fact killer talking about strangling women like it was part of his morning routine. He admitted to necrophilia without a flicker of shame. He explained that he buried later victims to stop himself from revisiting them because he feared he might not be able to resist. He confessed to picking prostitutes because they were easy to pick up and because he hated most of them. To Ridgway, they were disposable objects. Their lives meant nothing beyond his brief, violent thrill. With 49 confirmed victims, Ridgway confessed to more confirmed murders than any other serial killer in American history, but investigators and Ridgway himself believe the real number is much higher. Dozens more women may remain missing, their bodies still hidden in forests, ravines, and rivers across the Pacific Northwest. He now lives out his days in Walla Walla State Penitentiary, where he will never again walk free. The Green River Killer is no longer stalking highways. He's locked behind bars. But the scars he left, the empty chairs at dinner tables, the daughters who never came home, the mothers who died not knowing what happened to their children, those remain. When Gary Ridgway entered the Washington State Penitentiary in January 2004, the man who once roamed highways and back roads as a predator was now just another inmate, stripped of power, cloaked in a jumpsuit, and watched around the clock. But Ridgway was no ordinary prisoner. He was placed in solitary confinement, isolated from other inmates not for his safety, but for theirs. Even among rapists and murderers, his name carried a weight of revulsion. His crimes were too depraved, too numerous, too cold-blooded. For over a decade, he rotted behind those stone walls in Walla Walla. But then, in May 2015, he disappeared from Washington, quietly flown across state lines and deposited inside USP Florence, a high-security federal prison in Colorado. The move went mostly unnoticed. Once word spread, the public backlash was quick and furious. Why was the most prolific serial killer in American history being housed out of state, hundreds of miles from the crimes he committed and the families who still demanded justice? Governor Jay Inslee stepped in, so did Corrections Secretary Bernie Warner, and soon the message was clear. Ridgway was too important to move off the map. He still held secrets, answers to open murder investigations, clues buried deep in his decaying memory. On October 24, 2015, Ridgway was flown back to Washington State Penitentiary, chained, watched, and escorted by a chartered plane like some twisted form of royalty. He's remained there ever since. But even now, the story isn't finished. In September 2024, Ridgway was quietly pulled from his cell and transferred back to King County Jail, the place where all of this began. The move was unannounced, unexplained, and shrouded in mystery. For days, he vanished from the penitentiary's records, raising questions among journalists and victims' families. Why now? Why him? What did he still know? The silence only deepened until March 2025, when the sealed transfer order was finally made public. The reason Ridgway was still leading investigators to bodies. More women, more forgotten graves. Even after 2 decades behind bars, the Green River Killer still had secrets to spill, and we may never know all of their names. Many were runaways, prostitutes, or young girls caught in the cracks of society. Women whose disappearances barely made headlines, whose families were told they were probably just out there somewhere. But Ridgway knew better. He hunted them because they were easy to forget. In some confessions, he struggled to remember their faces. He gave investigators vague details. The girl I left by the fence, the one with curly hair, the one I went back to. His victims became ghosts defined only by where they were discarded. Even now, with decades of police work behind it, the Green River case feels unfinished. Some remains were found by hikers, others were uncovered by dogs, a few were discovered only because Ridgway agreed to speak, and some may never be found. buried so deep in the woods they've returned to the earth completely. To this day, the FBI and Washington state investigators believe there are still bodies out there, waiting for someone to remember them, waiting for their name. And that's the final horrific legacy of Gary Ridgway. Not just the number of women he killed, but the silence he left behind. The names that will never be known, the stories that will never be told. Can any punishment ever be enough to make up for the horrors he committed? Or is true justice a pursuit that will forever remain out of reach? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.